Hi guys! Tonight we step softly into an old land of high plateaus, cold desert air and distant mountain shadows, a place where the evening sky darkens slowly above mud brick walls and quiet firelight glows behind carved wooden doors. You arrive as if in a dream, walking into the long memory of Persia before it was called Iran, before modern headlines, before embassies and revolutions and uneasy alliances. The air smells faintly of dust wool and smoke. Somewhere nearby a horse shifts its weight in the dark and you can hear the low murmur of voices from a courtyard where people are settling in for the night. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you are here, feel free to comment with your location and your local time. Now, dim the lights. You continue forward into the story, and the first thing you notice is how old this landscape feels. Not old in the simple sense of ruins and broken stones, though. There are certainly plenty of those waiting ahead. It feels old the way a river valley feels old or a mountain pass worn smooth by thousands of years of footsteps. Persia, and later Iran, is one of those places where history does not seem neatly stacked in museum cases. It seems to drift in the air itself. A mainstream historical fact is that the civilization we call Persia emerged in the region of southwestern Asia that includes much of present-day Iran, and over time it became one of the great centers of power in the ancient world. Long before the modern nation-state, long before 20th century politics, this land held kingdoms, tribal alliances, sacred traditions, merchant roads, and imperial dreams. To understand how Persia became Iran and how Iran later entered bitter conflict with the United States and Israel, you first have to stand very still and let the deeper past come into view. You walk across a stony path under a sky full of stars, and you begin not with modern borders but with geography. Geography rather rudely often writes the first draft of history. Here you are surrounded by barriers and openings at the same time. To one side rise mountain chains that can protect a people and isolate them. Beyond them stretch plains and deserts that can make travel difficult but not impossible. To the south lie warm waters and maritime routes. To the west are Mesopotamian lowlands where other ancient states rose early and often. This means Persia was never truly hidden from the world. It was connected to it, pressured by it, enriched by it, and occasionally exhausted by it. You pause near a small fire where travellers warm their hands and speak in low voices. Their garments smell of lanolin and road dust. You can almost feel the coarse weave of wool against your fingers. In a world before engines and glowing screens and messages sent in seconds, movement still mattered very much, but it happened by caravan, by horse, by foot, by patience, and that patient movement helped shape Persia's early role in the region. It sat not at the edge of civilization, but along important lines of exchange between worlds. Some historians suggest that what made ancient Persia so enduring was not only military strength, but remarkable ability to absorb, organize, and connect diverse peoples. Others disagree, arguing that power and conquest mattered more than cultural flexibility. That debate will follow you through much of this story because Persia was often both things at once. It could be tolerant and imperial, refined and ruthless, local and universal. Human history, as usual, refuses to sit quietly in one category. As you move deeper into the night, you begin to sense that the word Persia itself carries layers. For many centuries, outsiders used Persia to describe the land, drawing the name from Pars or Fars, a region in the south associated with the people who built major dynasties. But the people of the land also used forms of a different older name related to Iran, meaning something closer to the land of the Aryans, in an ancient Indo-Iranian sense. That older term existed for a long time before it became the country's official international name in the 20th century. So even at the start, this is not a simple case of one country suddenly changing identity. It is more like a house with two names, one used by the family, another used by the neighbour. That detail matters more than it may seem at first. Today we're used to country names feeling fixed, printed on maps, pinned into school books, repeated by news anchors until they seem eternal. But names often shift more slowly and more strangely than borders do. A quirky historical tidbit is that when the state formally asked foreign governments in 1935 to use the name Iran instead of Persia, in official correspondence many people outside the country were confused, and some continued using Persia for cultural or historical contexts anyway. In a way, both names survived, each carrying a slightly different mood. Persia sounded ancient poetic imperial, Iran sounded modern national political, same land overlapping memory. You continue walking, and now the land begins to fill with earlier peoples. Before the great Persian empires, this plateau was home to many groups, including the Elamites in the southwest and later Iranian-speaking peoples who migrated into the region. Daily life for ordinary people in these early eras was shaped by farming, herding, seasonal rhythms, and local loyalties. Villages rose near water, animals had to be managed carefully, grain had to be stored, cloth had to be spun. In winter, cold winds moved through the uplands, and in summer, heat could settle over the land with a kind of quiet authority. Even the grandest future empire would still depend in the end on people keeping sheep alive, maintaining irrigation and not burning the bread. Researchers continue to question exactly how these early Iranian groups blended with or displaced the populations already living on the plateau, because the evidence is uneven and ancient identities are rarely as tidy as later national stories make them seem. But what becomes clearer over time is that a distinct political and cultural force emerged from this region, one that would eventually project influence across an enormous area. You stop beside a wall and place your hand against the cool surface. It holds the day's last stored warmth. You imagine generations passing here, each leaving behind a few habits, a few words, a few customs, a few prayers. This is one of the calmer truths of history. Most change does not arrive like thunder. It arrives like dust settling on a windowsill so gradually that only centuries notice. As the hours drift on, another important background comes into view. Persia's story was never only about kings and battlefields. It was also about administration roads, tribute language, ritual, and memory. Even in later eras when dynasties fell or invaders arrived, certain patterns endured. Local elites adapted. Scribes kept writing, merchants kept moving goods, households kept teaching children who they were. This continuity is one reason Persia remained recognizable across such long stretches of time. Plenty of states have existed. Fewer have managed to feel civilizational, and you might begin to see why this matters for everything that comes later. The modern conflicts with the United States and Israel did not emerge from nowhere, as if history simply woke up in the 20th century feeling irritable. They developed within a society that carried a deep memory of empire invasion, religious transformation, foreign pressure, and cultural survival. If you miss that long background, modern events can look random or purely ideological, but they are not. They are rooted in older ways of seeing sovereignty, dignity, threat, and belonging. For now, though, the night remains gentle. The wind moves softly along the edge of the courtyard. Somewhere a lamp flickers. Somewhere bread cools on a cloth. Somewhere a storyteller lowers his voice as listeners grow drowsy. And you remain here at the threshold of Persia's long past, just beginning to understand that before Iran became a modern state, before it argued with superpowers, before it faced Israel across a bitter regional divide, it was already ancient, layered, and very much alive. You take one more slow breath of cold air and wood smoke, and then you step onward deeper into the first empire waiting in the dark. You keep moving through the night, and the air seems to grow clearer as the land around you sharpens into shape. The plateau opens beneath a pale moon. Low hills sit in silence. A thin wind slips over stone and dry grass and touches your face with that peculiar cold found in places where the heat of the day vanishes quickly after sunset. Behind you is the first sense of Persia as an ancient homeland. Ahead of you is something more defined, more ceremonial, more deliberate. You are approaching the world in which Persian identity begins to gather around power, faith, and the idea of rule itself. Before the Great Imperial Age fully unfolds, it helps to understand the broader setting. In the early first millennium BCE, the Near East was crowded with ambitious states, old cities, tribute networks, and military competition. Assyrians, Babylonians, Meslidians, and others all pressed against one another in shifting patterns of alliance and domination. This was not a sleepy corner of the world. It was politically noisy, even when the nights were quiet. Kingdoms rose fast, boasted loudly, and often discovered that their neighbours had brought chariots. A mainstream historical fact is that the Persians first emerged as an Iranian-speaking people in the region of Fars, while the Medes, a related group, held power in the northwest before the rise of Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE. At this stage, identity was still regional, tribal, and dynastic as much as anything broader. Yet something important was beginning to form. The Persians were not simply one more local population waiting to be listed in a textbook timeline. They were becoming a ruling people with a sense of legitimacy, ancestry, and sacred order. You approach a settlement built of mud, brick, and timber, where the walls hold in a little warmth from the day. Inside a courtyard, a small fire burns low, and the smell of smoke mingles with roasted grain and sheep's wool. You hear the gentle clink of metal tools being set aside for the night. A servant crosses the yard carrying a clay lamp, the flame glowing against the folds of a long robe. Even and now, before palaces grow grander and inscriptions longer, ordinary life still sets the rhythm beneath the political surface. Water must be drawn, animals must be fed, bread must be prepared. Power may sit on a throne, but it still depends on someone remembering where the grain jars are. You continue onward and begin to notice how authority in this world is wrapped in symbolism. Early Persian kingship was not just about force, it was also about presentation. The ruler had to appear chosen, capable, and connected to cosmic order. This is where sacred fire ritual, purity, royal display, and moral language begin to matter. Though religion in this period is complex and not always easy to reconstruct. Later Zoroastrian traditions became deeply associated with Persian kingship and the wider Iranian world. Fire was especially significant not as something casually worshipped in a simple modern caricature, but as a symbol of purity, truth, and divine presence. Scholars remain divided on exactly how fully early Achaemenid rulers should be described as Zoroastrian in the strict later sense, because the evidence is fragmentary and the religion itself developed over time. Some historians see clear continuities with Zoroastrian thought, while others urge more caution warning against reading later religious systems too neatly into earlier periods. That uncertainty is worth keeping in mind. History often arrives as fragments and echoes, not fully labelled packages. Still, you can feel the spiritual atmosphere in the way kings describe themselves. Truth and falsehood matter. Right order matters. The favour of a supreme divine force matters. This is not unusual in ancient politics, of course. Most rulers preferred to suggest that heaven agreed with them, but in the Persian case there is a striking moral tone to some of the royal inscriptions. Kings do not only claim strength, they claim alignment with truth against the lie. It is a very effective political message, really, much tidier than admitting you also happen to control the army. You step into a ceremonial space where columns rise from stone bases and torchlight flickers across carved reliefs. The figures are calm, composed, almost unnervingly dignified. You see nobles bearing gifts, guards standing in measured stillness, rulers posed not in wild motion but in controlled authority. Persian court culture valued spectacle, but it often expressed grandeur through order rather than chaos. The image is one of discipline, hierarchy, and permanence. You are meant to feel that this rule belongs here, that it fits the structure of the world. A quirky historical tidbit is that Persian royal imagery often emphasized composed balance and formal calm rather than the exaggerated violence seen in some neighbouring imperial art. That does not mean Persian rule was gentle. It certainly could be severe. But the visual language often preferred measured dominance, as if the empire wished to appear effortlessly in command. In modern terms, it is the difference between someone pounding the table and someone speaking softly because they know everyone in the room is already listening. You move through the court, and beneath the grandeur you start to notice the administrative bones of power. Scribes keep records, officials transmit orders, messengers travel between regions, supplies are counted, taxation is organised. This world is already leaning towards something bigger than a tribal monarchy. It is preparing for imperial scale, and that matters because one of Persia's great historical strengths would become its ability to govern complexity. Conquest alone can build an empire for a moment. Administration keeps it alive long enough for future generations to complain about it. Outside the palace grounds, everyday life continues with less ceremony and more practical concern. Farmers measure water carefully. Herdsmen watch the night for predators. Women manage households, textiles, food storage, and family continuity. Children absorb customs not through grand declarations, but by watching adults repeat the same actions year after year. In many ancient societies, the state could appear distant unless it came asking for taxes, labour, or military service. Yet over time, a ruling culture still shaped language, elite, behaviour, law, and memory. You pause beside a brazier, rubbing your hands against the warmth. The metal glows softly red. In the distance, a dog barks once, then settles. These small sensory details matter, because history is not only made in proclamations, it is also made in courtyards, storerooms, shrines, and kitchens. A royal identity becomes durable when it is echoed in the habits of thousands of ordinary lives. Persian identity was never built in one night, one battle, or one single dynasty. It gathered slowly through repeated association between land lineage, sacred order, and political legitimacy. As you look around, the relationship between region and empire begins to make more sense. The Persians came from a particular homeland, yes, but they were already developing a language of rule expansive enough to imagine something larger. Their kingship was rooted locally while reaching outward. Their religious atmosphere tied moral meaning to political order. Their court culture taught subjects and rivals alike how power ought to look. It was elegant, disciplined, and heavy with intention. Some historians suggest that this fusion of local identity and universal ambition helps explain why Persian civilization remained so resilient across centuries of change. Others argue that resilience came less from ideology and more from geography, elite adaptation, and administrative skill. Probably like most durable things in history, it was both. Civilizations survive because they can tell a story about themselves, but also because someone keeps the roads functioning and the grain moving. The fire near you burns a little lower now. The night has deepened. You can hear sandals on stone, then silence again. In that quiet, the early Persian world feels less like a distant abstraction and more like a living threshold. You are standing just before the great expansion, just before a ruler named Cyrus transforms this regional power into one of the most remarkable empires of the ancient world. But even before him, the foundations are already here. The throne, the sacred order, the sense that this land is meant not merely to endure but to rule. And so you move on past the firelight and the carved pillars, carrying with you the first stronger outline of Persia as both homeland and idea. You move onward in the same unbroken night, and the world around you begins to widen. What had felt local now starts to stretch across astonishing distances. The courtyard fire, the carved pillars, the measured stillness of royal power, all of it remains behind you, but not entirely. Persia is carrying those habits outward now. You can feel it in the roads beneath your feet. You can feel it in the way messengers pass through the dark with purpose, in the way guarded storehouses stand near our way. Stations in the way distant provinces begin to look less distant to the people who rule them. A mainstream historical fact is that the Achaemenid Empire founded by Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE, became one of the largest empires in the ancient world, stretching from the eastern Mediterranean to parts of Central Asia and beyond. That scale is easy to say quickly, and much harder to imagine slowly, which is what you are doing tonight. You are imagining what it means for one ruling system to gather so many landscapes into itself. Mountains, river valleys, ports, deserts, orchards, temples, languages, customs, tribute routes and ambitions. A map can make this look neat. Living it would have felt like managing a thunderstorm with paperwork. You stand at the edge of a royal road station just before dawn, though the sky is still dark enough to hold the stars. Horses breathe clouds into the cold air. Leather harness straps creak softly. A courier drinks water from a shallow cup while another checks seals on a packet of messages. Nearby a lamp burns with the steady yellow flame, and the smell of oil mixes with dust and animal sweat. The empire is awake even when most people are sleeping. This is one of the secrets of large states. Someone somewhere is always counting, reporting, carrying, inspecting, or worrying. To understand how Persia became such a force, it helps to begin with Cyrus himself. He was the ruler who overthrew the Median power and then expanded rapidly, taking control of Lydia and Babylon. Later tradition remembered him as a remarkable conqueror and founder, and even some non-Persian sources treated him with unusual respect. That does not mean he was a kindly modern liberal in flowing robes, which is sometimes how popular storytelling likes to flatten him. He was still an ancient empire builder, but he appears to have ruled with a style that incorporated local elites and respected existing religious and administrative systems more than some conquerors did. Some historians suggest that Cyrus was genuinely exceptional in his policy of accommodation toward conquered peoples, while others argue that his reputation has been polished by later admiration and selective evidence. The truth is probably more measured. He was pragmatic. He understood that an empire can be strengthened by allowing important groups to keep enough of their traditions to remain cooperative. That is not softness. It is strategy with good manners. You begin to walk the royal road, or rather one of the great imperial routes that later Greek writers admired so much. The surface is rougher than any modern highway, obviously, and there is no comforting lane marker or gas station sandwich waiting ahead. But for its time, this network of roads and relay stations was astonishing. It allowed communication, troop movement, tax collection, and administrative oversight across an enormous territory. Messages could travel far faster through organized relay systems than any ordinary traveler moving alone. A quirky historical tidbit is that the Persian courier system impressed outsiders so much that later writers described the royal messengers with admiration for their speed and reliability, giving us the famous idea that neither snow nor rain, nor heat nor gloom of night stayed these couriers from their task. That wording became famous much later in a different context, but the admiration began here with Persian state communication, which is rather satisfying. Even in the ancient world, people appreciated dependable delivery. You continue past a relay station and watch the road itself become a kind of civilizational thread. Along it move tax goods soldiers, merchants, local officials, petitioners, animals, craftsmen, and rumors. Roads do more than connect places, they connect expectations. A village that lies along an imperial route begins to live partly by imperial time. News arrives there. Orders arrive there. Strangers arrive there. Opportunity arrives there too, sometimes in the form of trade, sometimes in the form of trouble, usually both. The empire's says required structure, and structure meant delegation. The Achaemenids divided their territory into provinces often called satrapies, each administered by a satrap or governor. This arrangement helped the kings manage vast regions without pretending that one court could personally supervise every harvest and border quarrel from Egypt to Central Asia. Local administration varied and imperial oversight was not always perfect, but the system worked well enough to preserve coherence over a huge span of territory. Scholars remain divided on how centralized the Achaemenid Empire really was in day-to-day practice. Some view it as a highly sophisticated imperial state with a strong central control, while others emphasize local autonomy and the negotiated nature of power in many regions. As usual, both perspectives probably reveal part of the truth. Empires often look more unified from the throne than they do from the village granary. You stop in a marketplace town just off the main road, where dawn is finally beginning to soften the horizon. Merchants are untying bundles. Donkeys stamp their hooves in the cool morning dust. The smell of barley, wool, dried fruit and sweat hangs in the air. You hear several languages in quick fragments. An imperial world is always multilingual, no matter how much rulers might prefer a tidier arrangement. Aramaic served widely in administration. Local languages continued in many regions, and Old Persian appeared in royal inscriptions. This mix mattered because Persia's strength was not built on forcing every subject into one identical mould. It rested partly on governing difference without losing authority. You can see that tolerance had limits, of course. All empires have limits. But compared with some other ancient imperial models, the Persian system often allowed local religious practices and elite traditions to continue under imperial supervision. The king stood above the mosaic, not necessarily inside every tile. This gave the empire a certain flexibility. It also gave conquered peoples reasons, at least sometimes, to accept Persian rule as manageable. As morning light grows a little stronger, you think about what this imperial style meant for identity. Persia was becoming larger than a homeland now. It was becoming a political framework for many peoples, a world order of roads, tribute ceremony and communication. Yet the Persians themselves retained a privileged place within it, especially in royal ideology. The king was still king of kings, the empire was still shaped through Persian court culture, Persian dynastic legitimacy and Persian visions of order. So the tension deepens. Persia is both one people and many peoples, one land and many lands, one centre with many edges. Researchers continue to question how ordinary subjects across the empire felt about Persian rule beyond elite records and official inscriptions. Some likely saw benefits in stability and trade, others surely resented taxes, military demands, or distant authority. That is another quiet truth of empire. Administrative brilliance does not always feel brilliant to the person paying for it. You walk past storehouses and fortified posts and begin to understand that roads are not only practical, they are psychological. They tell subjects the empire can reach them. They tell governors they are being watched. They tell merchants that distant markets might be worth the risk. They tell the king that his realm is imaginable as a whole. Today we might think of digital networks doing something similar, connecting vast systems so power can move quickly and invisibly. In the ancient Persian world, roads did that work in stone dust, sweat and hoofbeats. The wind has softened now. The first sunlight touches the edges of distant hills. Somewhere behind you the old courtly stillness remains, and somewhere ahead lie new conquests, new tensions, and eventually new invaders. But for this moment, Persia feels like a master of connection. You are walking through the mechanism that allowed an immense empire to function, and you can sense why the Persian achievement impressed both admirers and enemies. It was not merely that they ruled widely, it was that they made wide rule feel possible. And so you keep following the road deeper into a civilization that knows how to bind distance into power. You follow the road onward, and after a while the neat confidence of empire begins to thin, not disappear exactly. Great civilizations are rarely erased in a single clean motion, however much later. Storytellers enjoy that sort of drama. Instead, the edges fray first. News arrives from far provinces with a different tone. Administrators still count and record, but there is more strain beneath the order. Garrisons remain in place, roads still carry traffic. Ceremonies still glow by torchlight, and yet something in the atmosphere has changed. Persia, for all its grandeur, has entered one of those chapters where history reminds everyone that no empire gets to keep the same posture forever. A mainstream historical fact is that Alexander of Macedon conquered the Achaemenid Empire in the 4th century BCE, defeating Darius III and bringing Persian imperial rule to an end as an independent dynasty. On paper, This sounds abrupt. One empire falls, another rises, textbook complete, everyone go home. But as you keep walking through this night, you can feel how incomplete such a summary really is. Conquest changes rulers faster than it changes memory. It replaces courts faster than it replaces habits. And Persia, as you are beginning to understand, was not simply a government. It was a civilizational fabric. You step into a city that still bears the marks of Persian order. Storehouses stand where they stood before. Irrigation channels still guide water through cultivated land. Craftsmen still work bronze, clay, cloth, and stone. In the market, traders still haggle with the same determined patience known to merchants in every century. The smell of warm bread, dust, lamp oil, and animals remains stubbornly familiar. Outside, a new garrison may have arrived and new names may now be spoken in official spaces, but ordinary life moves with a slower logic than military victory. This is one of the first calming lessons of long history. Political drama can be loud. Daily life is usually quieter and more durable. You might say empires come in with trumpets while households continue with soup. As Alexander's armies passed through the Persian world, they did more than defeat a king. They disrupted an imperial centre that had linked vast territories under one dynastic order. Yet even Alexander did not try to rule as though Persia had never existed. He adopted elements of Persian kingship, used existing administrative structures, and incorporated Persian elites to a degree that troubled some of his own Macedonian followers. He seems to have understood, whether from admiration, necessity, or both, that conquering Persia was easier than replacing everything Persia had built. Some historians suggest that Alexander intended a genuine fusion of Macedonian and Persian elites, creating a blended imperial order. Others disagree, arguing that his policies were more pragmatic and unstable than visionary, shaped by the immediate political needs rather than a coherent multicultural dream. The debate remains lively because Alexander left behind both evidence of accommodation and evidence of tension. In other words, he was a conqueror, which means his legacy is as tidy as a kicked-over basket. You move through one of the old ceremonial spaces, and even in altered use it still carries Persian gravity. The columns rise into shadow. The stone reliefs hold their composure. Torchlight catches on carved garments and still faces. Foreign commanders may now stand where Persian kings once stood, but the architecture itself seems to refuse haste. Buildings can do that. They can outlive intentions. They can quietly insist that memory belongs to the place as much as to the ruler. A quirky historical tidbit is that Alexander reportedly ordered ceremonial gestures of respect toward the tomb of Cyrus the Great, whose reputation as a founder and a ruler clearly impressed later generations. Though the exact details and interpretations vary, the story reflects something important. Even conquerors sometimes pause before old greatness. They may seize the palace, but they still feel the weight of the ghost in the room. After Alexander's death, his empire fractured, because of course it did. Men who can conquer half the known world often prove much less effective at teaching everyone to share afterward. Much of the Persian heartland came under the Seleucid Empire, a Hellenistic state ruled by one of Alexander's successors in his line. Greek language, urban forms, court culture and political habits spread into many parts of the old Persian world. New cities were founded, older places were reshaped. Administrative life took on mixed character. Yet the land did not become simply Greek. That is the key thing you keep noticing as you walk. You pass through a settlement where the signs of cultural blending are subtle but real. A local noble family uses one style of dress in private and another in official settings. A scribe knows more than one language. A temple precinct carries older rhythms, while a nearby administrative building reflects imported forms. Children hear stories from grandparents that do not match the language of power at court. Civilizations, when layered together, do not behave like paint poured into one bucket. They behave more like woven cloth threads, crossing while still keeping their own colours. Researchers continue to question how deeply Hellenization transformed everyday life in different regions of the former Persian Empire. In some cities, the changes were significant and visible, particularly among elites and urban populations. In rural areas, continuity may have been stronger. Local religious practices, social structures, and older cultural identities often persisted beneath the surface of official change. That unevenness matters. Persia survived not because it was frozen, but because it could remain itself while absorbing new influences. You notice this especially in language and memory. Administrative systems may shift. Courtly fashions may change. Coins may bear different faces, yet older place identities endure, and so does the habit of looking back to Persian kingship as something real and legitimate. The idea of Iran, though not yet a modern state, continues beneath the shifting dynasties. It is part cultural inheritance, part regional memory, part political aspiration waiting for its next form. As the night deepens again, you step beyond the first wave of Hellenistic power and begin to sense later revivals taking shape. In time, Iranian dynasties such as the Parthians would reclaim authority over much of the region, followed later by the Sasanians, who would consciously revive powerful Persian imperial traditions. This is why the fall of the Achaemenids is not the end of Persia. It is a change in chapter, not a disappearance of the book. Today we sometimes talk as though conquest produces complete replacement, as if one flag comes down and an entirely new civilization immediately installs fresh curtains, a new vocabulary and a different soul. Ancient history is rarely that cooperative. Persia, after Alexander, remained a place where older administrative habits, noble lineages, regional identities, and civilizational memory all continue to matter. Foreign rule changed the surface, but the ground underneath stayed recognizably Persian in important ways. You pause at the edge of a garden where night air holds the faint scent of damp earth and cypress. Somewhere water trickles through a channel, making that soft, steady sound that instantly improves nearly every historical setting. You listen and think about endurance. Not the flashy endurance of battle, the quieter kind, the endurance of language carried in households, the endurance of customs repeated without announcement, the endurance of prestige that survives even defeat. And that endurance, you are beginning to realize, is one of the central themes of this whole story. Persia will change names, rulers, religions, alliances, and enemies across the centuries ahead. Yet it will repeatedly remain itself, enough to be recognized, enough to reassemble, enough to speak in its own voice again. So you leave the conquered palace behind, not as a ruin of a finished world, but as a doorway through which Persian identity passes altered yet unbroken into the next age. You continue forward, and the night seems to gather itself into something heavier, more formal, more deliberate. The world of blended customs and inherited roads begins to harden into a new imperial shape. The old Persian memory that survived Alexander and the Hellenistic kingdoms now rises again with greater confidence. You feel it in the architecture first. Stone platforms stand with stern clarity, banners shift in the dry wind, watchfires glow on distant heights. The land no longer feels like a former empire remembering itself. It feels like an empire returning to full posture. A mainstream historical fact is that the Sasanian Empire, which ruled from the 3rd century CE until the 7th century, became one of the most powerful Iranian states in history and the chief rival of the Roman and later Byzantine Empire. This was not a minor regional kingdom wandering politely through late antiquity. It was a major imperial force, organized, wealthy, and deeply conscious of its own legitimacy. The Sasanians did not merely rule Iran. They presented themselves as heirs to a grand Persian tradition, protectors of sacred order and kings, whose authority reached far beyond one valley or one city. You move toward a courtly city before dawn. The sky is still dark blue, almost black, and the air is cool enough that your breath shows faintly when you exhale. The walls ahead are immense. Torches flicker beside gates where armoured guards stand in long cloaks, metal catching stray threads of light. Somewhere nearby, horses stamp in their stalls, Somewhere farther within, servants are already awake, carrying water, sweeping stone floors, feeding braziers. Empire begins early in the morning. It always has paperwork to perform. The Sasanians came to power after the Parthians, another Iranian dynasty that had ruled much of the region for centuries. But the Sasanian style was different. More centralized, more ceremonial, more ideological. They seem to have placed greater emphasis on royal authority, dynastic imagery, and the close relationship between kingship and religion. This mattered because the Sasanian state helped sharpen a more distinctly Iranian imperial identity, one that would echo through later centuries even after the dynasty itself vanished. You step into a hall where the scale of the place seems designed to make every visitor feel slightly smaller than expected. Columns rise high into shadow, rich textiles hang in still air, incense drifts softly mingling with lamp smoke and the faint mineral smell of cold stone. Courtiers move with controlled precision. Their robes are layered and heavy embroidered, but not frivolous. This is a world that loves grandeur, yes, but also hierarchy. Everything suggests rank, distance, and order. Even the silence feels organized. A quirky historical tidbit is that later writers described the Sasanian court as so elaborate and protocol-bound that access to the king could be heavily staged, making the ruler seem almost superhuman in distance and splendor. Now, later sources can exaggerate, especially when describing rival courts, but the broader point holds. Sasanian kingship leaned into majesty. The ruler was not supposed to feel like the approachable local administrator. He was meant to feel like the axis of the realm, the point where cosmic order, royal authority, and imperial stability met. Scholars remain divided on how much of Sasanian political ideology represented a direct revival of older Achaemenid traditions, and how much was a new creation shaped by the conditions of late antiquity. Some historians emphasize continuity with ancient Persian models. Others point out that the Sasanians were also responding to their own era, especially the pressures of frontier warfare, religious institutionalization, and competition with Rome. That tension between revival and reinvention is important. Civilizations often remember themselves selectively. They do not simply recover the past, they rebuild it in the image they need. You continue deeper into the city and begin to notice how the frontier shapes everything. Rome and later Byzantium lies to the west as an enormous rival. These two great powers spend centuries pushing, probing, negotiating, raiding, fortifying and occasionally exhausting themselves in wars that seem to repeat with slightly different banners. Borderlands shift. Fortresses change hands. Diplomats carry messages under strained conditions. Armies march across plains and through mountain corridors, dragging supply systems, anxieties, and absolutely no shortage of self-importance behind them. For ordinary people, these wars meant taxes, levies disrupted trade, and the constant possibility the empire's high politics might come stomping through the local countryside. You pause in a provincial town where farmers rise before sunrise and labour under the same practical truths their ancestors knew. Water must be managed, fields must be maintained. Animals still need feeding, even when emperors are behaving dramatically several hundred miles away. The smell here is simpler than at court. Damp earth, dung, fuel bread, baking wool drying on wooden frames. It is a reminder that even a mighty late antique empire rests on grain labour and the patience of people who may never see the capital. Religion also sits close to power in this world. The Sasanian Empire is strongly associated with Zoroastrianism, and organised priestly institutions appear to have held important influence. Fire temples, ritual life concepts of purity and moral dualism shape the religious environment. Yet like most empires, the Sasanian state ruled over diversity as well. Christian, Jews, Manichaeans and others lived within its boundaries, sometimes under tolerance, sometimes under pressure, often depending on politics as much as theology. It turns out rulers rarely resist the temptation to interpret religious disagreement through the comforting lens of state security. You stop near a temple precinct at first light. A sacred fire burns with steady calm, its glow reflected on polished surfaces. The air is warmer here, touched by flame and enclosed stone. You hear soft footsteps, low recitations, the quiet discipline of ritual carried out with care. Whether or not every Sasanian ruler lived exactly as later religious ideals prescribed, the connection between kingship and sacred order mattered deeply. The empire was not only defending borders, it was presenting itself as the guardian of a meaningful world. Researchers continues to question how centralized Sasanian control really was across all regions and periods, because strong royal ideology did not always guarantee uniform reality on the ground. Local aristocratic families retained influence. Frontier zones could be unstable. Administrative reach varied. But even with those limits, the Sasanian achievement was real. They created a formidable state that rivaled Rome, shaped Iranian identity, and preserved the idea that this land could stand as one of the major centers of civilization, rather than merely serve as someone else's province. As the sun begins to rise across the eastern edge of the sky, a pale gold light catches the tops of walls and towers. You look westward and imagine Roman envoys crossing the frontier, Byzantine generals studying maps, merchants calculating risk monks, debating theology, and soldiers cleaning equipment beside smoky campfires. The Sasanian world was tied into all of that. It was not isolated. It was central to the politics of late antiquity, and because it stood so long as Rome's equal and adversary, it strengthened the old Persian habit of seeing the state not as a small local monarchy, but as a civilizational power with a rightful place among the great empires. That memory would matter later, even after the Sasanians fell. It would matter when Islamic rule arrived. It would matter when Persian language and court culture reasserted themselves. It would matter in modern Iran too, where the past is never entirely past, and imperial memory remains one of the quieter tones beneath national self-understanding. For now, though, you stay in the rising light a little longer. The city is waking. Courtyards fill with movement. Metal rings against stone. Birds begin to call from walls and gardens. The empire feels immense and serious and fully alive, and as you walk onward and you carry with you a stronger sense of Persia or Iran, before modern Iran as a power that could fall, return, adapt, and still insist on its place in the world. You move onward from the waking Sasanian city, and the grandeur of empire slowly softens into something quieter. The towers and ceremonial halls remain behind you, though not entirely. Their influence still lingers in the roads, the taxes, the laws, the expectations of rank, and the religious rhythms that reach far beyond the capital. But now your attention lowers a little closer to the ground, closer to ordinary life, and in a bedtime history that is often where the story becomes most human. Kings may announce the age, but households endure it. The sun has risen fully now, though the air still holds a cool morning edge. You walk through a village on the Iranian plateau where smoke lifts in thin pale ribbons from rooftop openings. The smell is comforting in a very old way, a mixture of ash bread, dung fuel, and warm milk. A woman kneads dough on a flat surface while a child watches with the solemn concentration children often bring to tasks they will not actually help with much. Nearby, a man checks a tethered animal, running his hand along its flank before leading it toward water. Sandals brush across packed earth. A door beam creaks. A clay jar taps softly against a stone threshold. The empire, for most people, sounds like this. A mainstream historical fact is that in late antique Persian society, especially under the Sasanians, everyday life depended heavily on agriculture, herding, taxation, and local community structures, while religion and social rank shaped people's obligations and opportunities. Most people were not philosophers at court or nobles in embroidered robes. They were farmers, artisans, merchants, labourers, herders, servants, and clergy of varying standing. The grandeur of the state rested on their work in the same way a palace roof rests on beam nails. Nobody compliments. You walk beside irrigated fields where channels guide water carefully through dry land. This management of water is no small detail. In much of Iranian history, controlling water has been as important as controlling armies. Villages and estates depend on wells, canals, qanats, and seasonal knowledge. A missed repair or neglected channel can ruin crops faster than a speech from the throne. You crouch near the edge of a field and touch damp soil, cool beneath the warming sun. Somewhere beyond the trees you hear the slow turning of animals and the calls of workers beginning their day. Some historians suggest that the durability of Iranian civilization owes as much to systems of land and water management as to dynasties and military victories. Others place more emphasis on urban networks, trade, and elite culture. Really, these are not competing truths. Without irrigation granaries and village labour, courtly refinement has a rather short life expectancy. As the day goes on, you pass into a town market. The shade cloth overhead stirs gently. The light beneath it is dappled and soft broken by the woven fibres and moving bodies. Traders lay out dates, nuts, dyed cloth pottery and tools. The air smells of coriander, leather wool and warm dust. You hear bargaining in calm, repetitive cadences, the oldest kind of human music after lullabies and complaints. Here empire becomes exchange, coinage matters, roads matter, relative stability matters. A merchant may not speak in grand phrases about civilization, but he notices very quickly whether roads are safe and officials are tolerable. Religion is woven into this world in ways both public and intimate. In Sasanian Iran, Zoroastrianism held a privileged position, and ritual ideas about purity, truth, and order shaped not only temple life but broader social assumptions. Fire temples could serve as important religious centers. Priests held influence in many places, yet belief was never perfectly uniform. Christians, Jews, and others lived within the empire too, sometimes in uneasy coexistence, sometimes with more room than outsiders might guess. Ancient societies were rarely as religiously tidy as official ideals claimed. People have always had a talent for living in ways that make neat doctrine slightly uncomfortable. You pause in a household courtyard as evening begins to approach again. A small domestic fire crackles gently and the smell of lentils cooking with herbs drifts through the air. Wool blankets are being folded. Clay vessels stand cooling against a wall. A child traces shapes in dust with a stick while an elder tells a story in a low voice. This is where identity really settles. Not only in royal inscriptions or temple ceremony, but in repeated domestic acts, in what food is prepared, in what language is spoken at home, in which stories are told after sunset, in how people mark births, marriages, grief, obligation, and hope. A quirky historical tidbit is that some legal and administrative texts come from the late Sasanian world suggest a surprisingly detailed concern with family property inheritance and household order, reminding us that ancient states were not only preoccupied with war and kingship, they were also deeply interested in who owned what, who married whom, and who was responsible when things went wrong. It is almost reassuring. Across millennia, governments remained passionately interested in paperwork and other people's domestic arrangements. Scholars remain divided on how rigid Sasanian social classes truly were in everyday practice. Elite ideology certainly emphasized hierarchy, and society appears to have been strongly stratified with nobles, priests, warriors, scribes, and agricultural populations occupying different positions. Yet daily life on the ground may have been more fluid in some regions than official schemes imply. Documents and later traditions suggest order, but lived reality often resists perfect categories. People move, adapt, marry, bargain, bend rules, and survive. They always have. You continue through the town as dusk thickens. Lamps are being lit one by one, and each new flame creates its own tiny island of gold. The stone walls give back the day's remaining warmth. A mule snorts from a nearby enclosure. Somewhere a loom still works for a few final minutes before rest. The touch of wool cloth against your fingers, the faint grit of dust on your sandals, the cooling air on your face. All of it makes the world feel tangible and near. That's important because when we speak of Persian civilization, it is easy to let it become too majestic and abstract. But civilization is also woven tunics drying on a line. It is bread crust cooling on a cloth. It is hands stained with dye. It is someone waking before dawn to mend a gate hinge. And in that ordinary world, you can also see the deeper continuity that will matter later. Persian identity survives because it lives not only in imperial structures, but in households, local traditions, and habits of belonging. When empires fall, people still cook the same foods, remember the same ancestors, tell the same old stories, and use familiar words for home, honour, land, and faith. Those things can outlast a dynasty with almost impolite ease. Researchers continue to question how much of later Iranian cultural continuity can be traced directly through the Sasanian period and how much was reconstructed afterward through memory and revival. That debate is fair because the past is often preserved unevenly. But standing here in this gathering dusk, watching domestic life settle around you, you begin to understand why continuity remained possible. The civilization was carried in daily repetition. Soon, very soon, this world will face one of the greatest transformations in its history. Arab armies will arrive. Islamic rule will spread. The political and religious map of the region will shift in profound ways. But for now, the evening remains calm. The cooking pots are nearly ready. The low conversation is soothing. The fire burns steadily. And you are still inside a Persian world where faith, labour, hierarchy and home have formed a durable pattern, one sturdy enough to survive even the storms that are coming. You remain in that evening stillness for a little while longer, listening to the soft sounds of household life settling into night. The lentils thicken in the pot. The fire gives off that dry, comforting smell of wood and ash. A child grows sleepy against a folded blanket. Somewhere beyond the courtyard wall a dog barks once and then falls quiet again. It would be easy to imagine this world continuing in the same rhythm for centuries. That is one of history's gentler illusions. Most people do not know they are living on the edge of transformation until the transformation is already in the street. A mainstream historical fact is that in the 7th century Arab Muslim armies defeated the Sasanian Empire, and over time the lands of Persia were incorporated into the expanding Islamic world. This was one of the great turning points in Iranian history. A dynasty fell. A religious and political order shifted. New rulers arrived with a new sacred language, a new imperial framework, and a new centre of gravity. Yet as you continue walking through the night, you begin to notice something important almost immediately. Persia does not vanish. It changes, adapts, bends, and continues. Before describing the conquest itself, it helps to understand the wider background. The Sasanian Empire and the Byzantine Empire had spent years exhausting one another in long wars. Frontier campaigns, military costs, political strain and disease weakened both states. When the early Islamic Caliphate expanded outward from Arabia, it encountered two great powers that were still impressive but deeply tired. This does not mean Persia simply collapsed without resistance. There were battles, loyalties, rivalries and local complications, but it does mean the old order was more vulnerable than its splendid court rituals had perhaps suggested. You walk along a dusty road where travellers are to speak in tense, lowered tones. A messenger passes quickly. Somewhere ahead, campfires burn in an unfamiliar pattern. The air smells of leather smoke, sweat, and dry grass pressed under too many feet. In the distance you hear horses, then silence, then the faint clatter of metal. The old world is not ending in one theatrical instant. It is being overtaken piece by piece, province by province, road by road. The Arab conquest brought military defeat for the Sasanians, but the deeper transformation unfolded over generations. That is important to remember. People sometimes imagine a clean moment when everyone one day was Zoroastrian, and the next day suddenly became Muslim, speaking Arabic and forgetting everything they knew. History, unfortunately, for tidy summaries almost never behaves so neatly. Conversion was gradual. Administrative practices blended, local elites adapted. Persian language and culture persisted, even as Arabic gained prestige as the language of revelation law and wider imperial life. Scholars remain divided on how rapidly Islam spread among the population of Iran in the first centuries after the conquest. Some historians argue for a relatively slow process, with many communities retaining older religious identities for generations. Others emphasize more uneven regional patterns where conversion advanced more quickly in certain places than in others. That debate matters because it reminds you that civilizational change is usually layered. Conquest may happen in years. Cultural transformation often takes centuries. You arrive in a town where the market still functions, though with a subtly altered atmosphere. The same baked bread cools on cloths. The same donkeys carry loads through narrow streets. The same irrigated fields lie beyond the walls. Yet new officials are present. New words appear in formal settings. New religious practices are becoming visible. You notice men speaking Arabic in administrative and legal contexts, while Persian continues to live in homed local exchanges and inherited memory. This is what continuity looks like in real life. It rarely announces itself. It just keeps speaking in the next room. A quirky historical tidbit is that many administrative and fiscal practices in the conquered Persian lands were not immediately discarded by the new rulers. In fact, early Islamic governance often depended on existing local expertise, including Persian bureaucratic knowledge. Because empires, however confident, generally prefer not to invent tax administration from scratch in the middle of expansion. This is one of those wonderfully practical facts of history. Grand religious and political change still needs someone who knows where the records are kept. You continue walking and begin to feel the significance of this Persian administrative continuity. The people who understood land assessment, taxation, estate management, and written record-keeping remained valuable. Persian elites and educated officials were not simply swept away in every case. Many adapted to the new world and helped shape it from within. This would have enormous consequences later, because the Islamic civilization that emerged was not merely Arab in composition. It became deeply enriched by Persian ideas, personnel, courtly habits, and literary traditions. Some historians suggest that Persia's greatest triumph after the Arab conquest was precisely this ability to survive through contribution rather than isolation. Instead of remaining only a conquered land, Iran became one of the central cultural engines of the Islamic world. Others caution that this interpretation can understate the trauma of conquest and the real losses suffered by older institutions, especially Zoroastrian, religious structures, and aristocratic power. Both views hold some truth. Adaptation can be impressive without being painless. You pause near a modest place of prayer at dusk. The air is cooling again and the stone under your hand has begun to release the heat it gathered during the day. Nearby, the smell of lamb-fat herbs and warm flatbread drifts from a household meal. You hear children being called inside. A lamp is lit. Somewhere a recitation begins in measured cadence. The rhythm is new in one sense, yet familiar in another, because societies often absorb new religious forms through older habits of community, family, and place. The Persian language itself would become one of the clearest signs of continuity. Although Arabic dominated religious scholarship and imperial prestige in many contexts, Persian did not disappear. Over time, a new Persian literary culture emerged, written in the Arabic script, but carrying older Iranian memory into a new age. That would come more clearly in later centuries, but even now you can sense the foundations being laid. A people can survive transformation when it keeps telling its story in a living language. Researchers continue to question exactly how much pre-Islamic Iranian identity remained consciously active in the earliest post-conquest generations, and how much was later reconstructed through literary memory and political revival. That is a fair question. Memory itself changes with time. Still, what becomes unmistakable is that Iran did not become just another anonymous province. It remained a place with strong regional identity, deep cultural resources, and a habit of reasserting itself within larger systems. You move farther into the night and think about religion more carefully. Zoroastrianism did not vanish immediately. Christian and Jewish communities also persisted. Early Islamic Iran was religiously mixed for a long time. Taxes, legal status, social opportunity, and political loyalty all shaped how communities adapted. Conversion was not always purely spiritual nor purely material. It was entangled with family life, local conditions, and long social transitions. That complexity is worth keeping in mind because simplified stories of conquest often miss the quieter textures of lived change. Today we might expect a regime change to come with instant rebranding, new signs, new flags, and an avalanche of official messaging. In the 7th century, transformation was slower, more uneven, and often negotiated through existing structures. That slowness gave Persia room to endure inside the new Islamic order. The old empire had fallen, yes, but Persian continuity survived in language, bureaucracy, land-holding patterns, elite memory, and the simple stubbornness of household life. The firelight around you grows softer now. A breeze moves through the alley and brings with it the scent of dust and evening cooking fires. Behind you lies the Sasanian world of sacred fire and imperial rivalry. Ahead of you lies the rich Persian contribution to Islamic civilization, one of the most important cultural transformations in world history. And here in this threshold moment you can already feel the pattern that will repeat again and again in Iranian history. Rule changes, faith shifts, dynasties rise and fall. But Persia continues not unchanged, yet unmistakably alive. You move onward through the same deepening night and the world around you grows quieter in one sense and richer in another. The first shock of conquest has passed. The roads are still there. The markets still open at dawn. Families still gather near evening fires and speak in familiar tones. Yet now a new intellectual and spiritual atmosphere is forming over the land. Arabic has become the language of revelation, scholarship, law, and much official prestige. Islam has reshaped the political horizon. And still beneath that widening Islamic world, Persia continues to gather itself not in open defiance at first, but in words. A mainstream historical fact is that from roughly the 9th and 10th centuries onward, Persian language and culture experienced a major revival under Islamic rule, especially through poetry, court literature, administration, and historical writing. This revival did not reject Islam. Quite the opposite. It unfolded inside Islamic civilization and helped shape it from within. That is one of the most important things to understand as you walk forward. Persia did not survive by withdrawing into silence. It survived by becoming indispensable. You enter a city just after sunset, one of those places where learning, trade, devotion, and ambition all seem to share the same narrow streets. Lamps glow in upper windows. The smell of ink, parchment, wool-cooked onions, and warm bread drifts through the alleys. Somewhere nearby, a bookseller is rolling up a woven screen for the night. Somewhere else, a scholar is still bent over a manuscript, muttering softly as he copies a line, one careful word at a time. If empire was once carried by roads and tribute, now a great deal of civilization is being carried by paper memory and educated exhaustion. The early Islamic centuries saw the rise of regional dynasties and courts that, while formerly within the Islamic world, often cultivated Persian culture with remarkable energy. Administrators of Iranian background served caliphs. Poets found patronage in courts across eastern Islamic lands. Cities such as Nishapur, Bukhara, and others became centers of learning and literary life. You can feel a civilizational shift taking place. Persian identity is no longer anchored only in old dynastic memory. It is being rebuilt in literature, etiquette, political thought, and style. You stop outside a modest courtly residence where a gathering is underway. Inside you hear low conversation, the rustle of robes, the soft click of cups being set down. Someone recites lines of verse and the room falls still in that particular way people do when language suddenly becomes larger than the room itself. This matters because poetry in Persian culture was never a decorative extra. It became one of the great vehicles of memory identity, moral reflection, political flattery, longing irony, and historical continuity. Few civilizations have trusted poets so thoroughly to carry the furniture of the soul. A quirky historical tidbit is that many of the court poets and secretaries who helped shape Persian literary culture worked in highly practical political settings, writing praise poems for rulers, composing letters, and moving between the worlds of beauty and bureaucracy with surprising ease. In other words, some of history's most elegant language came from people who also had to worry about patronage protocol and whether the ruler would prefer admiration before breakfast or after it. Art, as usual, had bills to pay. As you walk farther into the city, you begin to hear Persian spoken more clearly. Not as a relic, but as a living medium of right cultural prestige. This new Persian, written in Arabic script and enriched by Arabic vocabulary, is not a simple recovery of the old language in untouched form. It is a transformed continuation. That is precisely why it matters. It proves that continuity does not require purity. Civilizations remain alive by adapting, borrowing, translating, and reshaping what they inherit. Scholars remain divided on how much of the Persian literary revival should be understood as a conscious expression of Iranian identity, and how much should be seen primarily as a courtly and administrative development within a broader Islamic ecumene. Some emphasize national memory. Others stress the cosmopolitan nature of the age in which Persian culture flourished not against Islam, but through its integration with Islamic institutions. That tension is worth keeping close. Later nationalism sometimes reads these centuries too simply as if Persia heroically reappeared fully formed. The reality is more subtle and honestly more interesting. You enter a library courtyard where the night air is cool against stone. A basin of water reflects the light of a lamp and a sliver of moon. Shelves line the walls inside the adjacent room filled with manuscripts copied by hand. The smell here is dry and slightly sweet parchment glue, lamp smoke, dust, old leather. A scholar traces a passage with one finger while another whispers commentary. In these spaces, Persianate culture is being refined into something enormously influential. Histories are being written, advice literature is being copied, scientific works circulate, poetry settles into memory. And all of this happens within an Islamic world whose intellectual life is itself vibrant and expansive. Some historians suggest that Persian bureaucratic traditions and courtly ideals became so deeply woven into Islamic governance that many later Muslim dynasties ruled through what we might call a Persianate political style, even when the rulers themselves were not ethnically Persian. Others disagree with framing it too broadly, warning that the term Persianate can blur important local differences. Fair enough. But standing here among the papers and murmured recitations, you can see the broad pattern well enough. Persia is no longer just a land, it's becoming a language of civilization. One towering symbol of this process, though you only glimpse the beginnings of it for now, is the preservation and reshaping of the Iranian past in literature. Stories of ancient kings, heroes, moral struggle, and royal legitimacy do not disappear. They circulate, are remembered, and are eventually gathered into monumental works that reconnect Islamic-era audiences with pre-Islamic Iranian memory. This is not mere nostalgia, it is a form of cultural architecture. A people remembers itself by telling its long story in a language the present can still hear. Researchers continue to question how broadly this literary culture touched ordinary people outside courts and learned circles, since literacy remained limited and elite patronage mattered enormously. Yet even when poetry and prose began in elite settings, their themes, images, and values could move outward through recitation, storytelling, public memory, and imitation. You do not need universal literacy for a civilization to be shaped by its literature. You only need enough voices willing to repeat what matters. You leave the courtyard and step into a street where the stones still hold a little warmth from the day. A baker's oven is cooling. Somewhere above you, someone shakes out a rug. Somewhere farther off, laughter rises and fades. The city feels alive, but calm, settled into that late evening balance between work and rest. And you begin to understand how Persia survived conquest not by preserving every institution unchanged, but by building fresh continuity in language, style, memory, and learning. Today we sometimes imagine identity as something either fully protected or fully lost, as if history runs on switches. But Persian history teaches a gentler lesson. Identity can be transformed without disappearing. It can borrow, absorb, and reinterpret without surrendering its core sense of itself. Under Islamic rule, Persian culture did exactly that. It helped shape the civilization that had conquered it, and in doing so, it secured its own future. The lamps burn lower now. The recitation behind you has ended. The city's sounds have softened into footsteps, distant conversation, and the last movements of shutters closing for the night. Ahead lies the medieval Persian world of courts, refinement, trade, and quiet prestige. And as you continue walking, you carry with you the sense that Persia, far from fading, has learned a new way to remain unforgettable. You continue through the sleeping city, and the world around you grows softer, more polished, and quietly self-assured. The sharp transition of conquest now lies behind you. The literary revival has begun to settle into habit. Persian is no longer merely surviving inside the Islamic world. It is flourishing there, carrying refinement across courts, markets, and intellectual circles from one region to another. You can feel it in the manners of the street, in the patterned textiles hanging over balconies, and the measured courtesy of merchants, in the way even practical spaces seem touched by an old instinct for beauty. A mainstream historical fact is that during the medieval period, Persian language and culture became deeply influential across much of the Eastern Islamic world, shaping court life, literature, administration, and ideals of refinement far beyond the Iranian plateau itself. This influence extended into Central Asia, parts of South Asia, and many urban centres, where Persian became a language of prestige. Persia in that sense remained a centre even when political power was divided among many dynasties. A civilization does not always need one throne to remain powerful. Sometimes it rules through taste. You enter a market district just after dawn when shops are opening, and the day still feels cool and manageable before the sun grows more demanding. The scent of rosewater lingers faintly near a perfumer's stall. Nearby, a carpet seller rolls out woven patterns rich with deep reds, earth tones, and geometric order. Copper vessels catch the morning light. Fresh bread gives off a warm, nutty smell that drifts above the sharper odours of leather animals, onions, and dye. A scribe sits cross-legged near a shaded wall, preparing ink and reed pens for the day's documents. Commerce here is not separate from culture. It is one of the ways culture travels. You move farther through the town and notice how urban life has grown layered and sophisticated. There are caravanserais where merchants and animals rest behind sturdy walls. There are bathhouses where heat, steam, and conversation blend into one of civilization's more underrated achievements. There are mosques, workshops, homes with inner courtyards, gardens fed by careful water management, and quiet rooms where scholars read or compose. This medieval Persian world is not peaceful all the time, obviously. No century deserves that much optimism, but it is deeply productive. A quirky historical tidbit is that refined etiquette manuals and advice literature in the Persianate world could include detailed expectations about conversation manners, clothing, hospitality, and conduct at court, suggesting that medieval sophistication was not only about art and poetry, but also about the careful management of behaviour. Humanity, it seems, has long enjoyed turning ordinary social anxiety into literature. Somewhere even in the medieval world, someone was definitely worried about saying the wrong thing at dinner. As you pass through a caravanserai courtyard, you hear the low grumble of camels settling under their loads. The air smells of straw wool, sweat, and spice. Traders from distant regions exchange news along with goods. Silk metalwork, ceramics, manuscripts, dyes, and ideas move through these spaces together. Trade routes connected the Persian world to regions far beyond its own political borders, and this exchange strengthened its role as a cultural bridge. Not everything that mattered came by army. Much of it came by pack animal and negotiation. Some historians suggest that medieval Persian prestige rested on the fusion of urban prosperity, literary culture, and statecraft, making Persianate civilization attractive even to dynasties that were not originally Persian. Others emphasize the importance of geography and trade corridors, arguing that material exchange mattered just as much as cultural admiration. Both interpretations fit what you see around you. The carpets do not sell themselves, and the poetry does not float through the air without institutions to preserve it. You pause beneath an arcade where the shade is cool and the stone beneath your hand feels faintly damp from night air that has not yet fully lifted. Nearby, two men discuss prices in practical voices, while a few steps away a young student recites lines of verse with serious concentration. This is one of the loveliest things about the Persian world at its height. The practical and the elegant live very close together. State documents love poetry, tax ledgers, mystical reflection, military correspondence, and philosophical commentary all share the same cultural atmosphere. It is not a divided civilization. It is one that treats beauty as a normal companion to administration. Persian art and craftsmanship also carry this prestige outward. Ceramics, textiles, miniature painting traditions in later centuries, garden, design, metalwork, calligraphy, and architectural aesthetics all contribute to a broader world in which Persian forms signal refinement. Even the layout of a garden can tell a story about civilization, order, and paradise. Water channels, cypress shade symmetry, enclosed calm. In a dry land, a garden is never just decoration. It is both engineering and dream. Scholars remain divided on how unified this so-called Persianate world really was, since regional variation remained strong and dynasties could differ dramatically in language, military structure, and local practice. Yet the broader pattern remains clear. Persian became a medium of prestige that linked many different courts and urban societies. The result was not a single empire, but a shared cultural zone in which Persian models carried remarkable authority. You walk into a residential quarter by late afternoon. The market noise falls behind. Inside the houses, daily life returns to its quieter textures. Women prepare food in shaded courtyards. Children carry water or chase one another around pillars, until an elder reminds them that civilization exists for a reason. Fabrics dry on lines, pigeons flutter from roof to roof. A faint breeze stirs the leaves of a small courtyard tree. Here again you are reminded that prestige at the top depends on repetition below. The polished world of poets and courtiers rests on countless ordinary acts of cooking, weaving, cleaning, storing, mending, and teaching. Researchers continue to question how deeply elite Persian court culture shaped rural populations and lower social groups across different regions. That is a fair question because prestige languages and refined manners do not land evenly everywhere. But the diffusion of stories, rituals of hospitality, administrative habits, and urban aspiration still mattered. Even those outside the centre could feel the influence of what the centre admired. As evening returns, lamps begin to glow behind lattice screens. A musician somewhere in the distance plays a few slow notes, then stops. The smell of supper drifts into the lane. Lentils, herbs, bread, perhaps lamb if the household is fortunate. You think about how this world carries itself, not in the harsh certainty of conquest, not in the loneliness of survival after defeat, but in the quiet confidence of a civilization that knows others are learning from it. That confidence will be tested again, invaders will come, dynasties will change, cities will suffer. Yet the prestige you see here is not fragile in the simple sense. It can survive political fragmentation because it lives in language, manners, art administration, memory, and the built environment. A palace may fall, but a style can linger for centuries. And so you leave the market streets and garden courtyards behind you, carrying with you the calm impression of medieval Persia at a moment of quiet influence. The world ahead will grow rougher again. Hooves will thunder. Walls will burn. New conquerors will arrive from the steppe. But tonight, for this stretch of the journey, Persia glows with carpet's courtesy and the patient dignity of a culture that has learned how to command admiration without always commanding armies. You continue onward, and the polished calm of the medieval Persian world begins to tremble at the edges, not all at once. History almost never grants you the courtesy of a single clear warning bell. Instead, it starts with rumours carried by traders' uneasy reports from frontier zones and a slight tightening in conversations among people who usually prefer poetry to panic. The market still opens, the gardens still bloom, scribes still sharpen their pens. And yet there is a different note in the air now, as if the land itself has begun listening for distant hoofbeats. A mainstream historical fact is that from the 11th century onward, Persia experienced repeated invasions and political upheavals, including the arrival of Turkic dynasties and later the devastating Mongol conquests of the 13th century. These invasions transformed political life across the Iranian world. Cities were taken, ruling elites changed, military power shifted, and still, somehow Persian culture endured. That endurance is what you are here to notice because it is one of the great recurring patterns of this long story. Persia does not avoid catastrophe, it survives it. Before the Mongols, Turkic powers had already become major players across the region. Dynasties such as the Seljuks entered the Persian world not as simple destroyers from outside, but as rulers who increasingly adopted Persian administrative practices and court culture. This is one of the paradoxes you keep meeting in Iranian history. Invaders often arrive with force and leave with Persian scribes, Persian etiquette, Persian political language, and sometimes Persian tastes in architecture, literature, and governance. The land has a way of educating its conquerors. You walk into a city under Seljuk rule. The streets are active, the market still orderly, the caravan routes still meaningful. The smell of horse sweat now mixes a bit more strongly with ink spice and dust. Military men in different styles of dress pass alongside scholars and merchants. Madrasas rise in urban centres, helping shape Islamic learning in new ways. Persian literary culture continues to thrive. You begin to see that conquest does not always mean cultural erasure. Sometimes it means the ruling class changes, while the civilization beneath it quietly hands the newcomers a manual on how to govern. A quirky historical tidbit is that many Turkic dynasties, ruling over Persian lands, used Persian as a language of administration and high culture even when their own ethnic origins lay elsewhere. In a sense, Persian civilization became so prestigious that conquerors often ended up borrowing its furniture the moment they sat down on the throne. It is a little like buying a house and gradually realizing the previous owner had much better taste than you expected. Some historians suggest that this ability to absorb conquerors was one of Persia's greatest strengths, allowing continuity even in politically unstable times. Others argue that such continuity should not make us underestimate the violence, disruption, and loss involved in invasion. Both views matter. Cultural resilience is real. So is suffering. Cities can recover and still remember what was burned. And then as you continue farther into the night, the Mongols arrive. You feel the change immediately. The atmosphere grows harsher. Roads that once carried merchants and scholars now carry fear. Travellers speak more quietly, families pack belongings in haste. Gates are checked more often. The dry air smells of trampled earth. Anxious animals smoke from distant fires. Somewhere far off, a line of riders moves against the horizon, with terrifying speed and coordination. If earlier invasions had brought adaptation and political change, the Mongol conquests often brought destruction on a much greater scale. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century, especially under Chinggis Khan and his successors, shattered. Cities displaced populations and caused immense devastation across large parts of the Iranian world. Urban centres that had been rich in scholarship, trade and refinement suffered terribly. Irrigation systems were damaged. Agricultural production declined in some areas. Entire communities were disrupted. This was one of the darkest breaks in the region's history. You move through the aftermath of a once thriving city. The silence is wrong. Dust settles over broken walls. A half-collapsed arch catches the pale light of dawn. The scent in the air is not the comforting smoke of hearth fires, but the stale bitterness of burned timber and abandoned space. Somewhere a few survivors pick through what remains, moving slowly, speaking in low voices, as if sound itself has become fragile. It is a painful scene, but the tone of the night remains gentle, because what you are noticing is not spectacle. It is loss. Scholars remain divided on the full demographic and economic scale of the Mongol destruction in different parts of Iran, because the sources can be dramatic, uneven, and shaped by trauma. Some regions suffered catastrophic decline. Others recovered more quickly than older narratives suggest. But no serious reading of the period leaves much doubt that the invasions marked a profound rupture. The Persian world was wounded deeply, and yet even here continuity begins again. This is one of the strangest and most important turns in the story. In time, Mongol rulers in Iran, especially under the Ilkhanate, began to adopt elements of Persian administration court practice and eventually Islam itself. Persian bureaucrats, historians, scholars and artists returned to importance within the new order. Cities were rebuilt, courts revived patronage, historical writing resumed. The conquerors once again were absorbed into a civilizational framework older and more sophisticated than the violence that had first brought them. A quirky historical tidbit is that the Ilkhanid period, despite beginning in devastation, later became a time of remarkable artistic and intellectual production in Iran, including important manuscript painting and historical writing. That is not because destruction is secretly good for culture, which would be an absurd and rather cruel conclusion. It is because societies, when they survive catastrophe, often rebuild with astonishing creative force. You stop in a rebuilt urban quarter generations after the worst of the invasions. The city is not the same as before. It cannot be. But life has returned. A potter turns clay on a wheel. A calligrapher bends over a manuscript. Children dart through an alley carrying bread still warm from the oven. The air smells of dust, fresh plaster wool and cooking onions. There is something deeply moving about recovery when it is ordinary, not a grand announcement. Just a person repairing a door frame, a merchant reopening a stall, a scholar copying a page. Researchers continue to question whether Persian resilience in these centuries should be understood mainly as elite cultural continuity, or as a broader civilizational persistence that reached into the daily life. You can probably see by now that it was both. Courts and bureaucracies mattered. So did households, languages, recipes, craft traditions, and the stubborn human desire to rebuild familiar things after chaos. By evening, the light has gone soft again. The city walls cast long shadows. Somewhere a prayer is recited. Somewhere a poet is already turning disaster into measured lines. That too is part of Persian survival. The ability to remember without ceasing to live. The ability to absorb foreign rulers without forgetting older standards of beauty and order. The ability to lose cities and still rebuild civilization from memory, skill and habit. As you walk onward, you carry with you the hard lesson of this age. Persia endured not because it escaped invasion, but because invasion could not fully erase the structures of language, administration, belief and aesthetic life that had taken centuries to root themselves. Ahead lies a new consolidation, a new turning point, and the rise of a state that will bring the name Iran closer to its modern shape. But before that comes, you now understand how much this land has already survived. You keep walking through the after-image of ruin and recovery, and slowly the world around you begins to gather itself once more into firmer outlines. The rebuilt quarters behind you still carry scars. The memory of invasions has not vanished, and in some places it never fully will. But now a different energy is rising across the Iranian world. It is more focused, more assertive, and more openly political than the quiet cultural endurance you have been tracing for the last several centuries. Persia is no longer merely surviving under shifting rulers. It is moving toward a new kind of statehood, one that will bring religion, dynastic ambition, and territorial identity together in a way that feels much more familiar to later history. A mainstream historical fact is that in the early 16th century, Shah Ismail I founded the Safavid dynasty and established Twelver Shia Islam as the official religion of the state, creating one of the most decisive turning points in Iranian history. This was not just another dynasty taking a throne in an old land. It was a profound act of political and religious consolidation. Under the Safavids, the realm that outsiders often called Persia began to take on a more clearly defined shape as a distinct Iranian state with stronger borders, a sharper confessional identity, and a renewed sense of historical purpose. You arrive at the edge of a Safavid city in the chill before dawn. The sky is still dark, but there is already movement in the streets. A gate creaks open. Hooves strike stone. Men in wool cloaks speak quietly near a brazier, warming their hands over coals that glow a deep orange red. The air smells of smoke, damp earth, and animals waiting for the day's labour. Overhead, the last stars fade as the outlines of domes and towers emerge. The city feels disciplined, watchful, alive, with the sense that power is once again being organised from within rather than merely endured from above. Before the Safavids, the Iranian world had experienced centuries of fragmented rule, overlapping dynasties and shifting military powers. Persian culture remained influential, yes, but political unity was often unstable. Shah Ismail changed that. He emerged from a militant Sufi order with a powerful personal following, conquered rivals, and proclaimed a new dynasty. His rise brought together charisma, religious zeal, military force, and Iranian kingship in a way that transformed the region. If earlier Persia had endured through language and memory, Safavid Iran began to endure through a far more clearly institutionalized state. You move through a square where the first shopkeepers are preparing to open their stalls. A baker slides flat rounds of dough into an oven, and the warm smell of bread spreads into the cool morning air. Nearby, a textile merchant shakes dust from folded fabrics. A water carrier passes with steady steps. This everyday activity matters because state formation is never only a matter of battlefields and royal decrees. It settles into life through taxes, law, worship, trade, schooling, and habit. A dynasty becomes real when ordinary people begin arranging their days around its structures. One of the most important of those structures was religion. By making Twelver Shia Islam the official faith of the state, the Safavids distinguished their realm from the overwhelmingly Sunni Ottoman Empire to the west, and many Sunni populations beyond their borders. This decision had enormous consequences. It shaped clerical institutions, ritual life education, political legitimacy, and later Iranian identity itself. The Iran that would eventually confront modern powers, including the United States and Israel, would do so in part through a political culture marked deeply by this Safavid transformation. Scholars remain divided on how much Safavid Shiism represented a top-down imposition versus a more gradual and negotiated social transformation. Some historians emphasize coercion, especially in the early years when the state pushed conversion and discouraged Sunni practice. Others point to the longer, more uneven process by which Shia institutions, rituals, and loyalties took root across the population. Both views help you see the fuller picture. State religion may be declared quickly. Lived religion usually takes longer to settle into the bones of society. You continue toward a mosque complex where the first light of morning touches blue tile and pale stone. The surfaces glow softly, almost as if the building were holding dawn inside it. You hear footsteps in an arcade, the faint murmur of recitation, the rustle of robes against the floor. The atmosphere is ordered and serene, but behind that serenity lies intense political meaning. Under the Safavids, architecture, ritual and public ceremony all helped teach the population what kind of state this now was. The realm was not simply Iranian by geography, it was becoming Iranian in confessional and dynastic self-understanding. A quirky historical tidbit is that early Safavid rulers drew part of their legitimacy from claims of sacred lineage and intense devotional loyalty among followers known as the Kizilbash, whose distinctive red headgear made them visually recognizable. This meant that political allegiance, military identity, and spiritual charisma were woven together in dramatic ways. It is one of those periods when ruling a state and inspiring a religious movement overlap so thoroughly that separating them becomes almost impossible. You walk past soldiers gathering in a courtyard, their clothing thick against the morning, cold weapons catching the new light. These men represent another essential Safavid development, the effort to create durable military and administrative power capable of defending a defined territory. Borders mattered now, in a more modern feeling sense. The Ottomans pressed from the west. Central Asian rivals threatened from the east. The Safavid state had to hold a space, not just claim a royal title. That pressure helped sharpen Iran's distinctness. Rivalry often does that. Nothing clarifies identity quite like a dangerous neighbour with competing religious doctrine and a large army. Some historians suggest that the Safavid period marks the true beginning of Iran as a recognizable early modern state with enduring territorial and ideological coherence. Others caution that this can oversimplify earlier continuities and project modern nationalism too far backward. That caution is wise. Iran did not spring into existence from nowhere in 1501. Yet it is equally true that the Safavids created a political and religious framework that made later Iran far easier to imagine. They gave older civilizational memory a stronger state form. As the morning brightens, you move into a neighborhood where ordinary life reflects these larger changes in quieter ways. A teacher instructs boys in recitation. A family marks religious observances with growing regularity. A merchant discusses events at court with customers while measuring out spices and cloth. Ritual mourning, public devotion and clerical authority begin to take on more visible roles in everyday society. Over time, these patterns will matter enormously. Shia memory, especially the themes of martyrdom, injustice, righteous suffering, and a resistance to illegitimate power, will become part of Iran's deepest political vocabulary. Researchers continue to question how uniformly these developments spread across urban and rural life in the Safavid period and how much variation persisted from one region to another. The answer, as usual, is that reality was uneven, yet the overall shift is unmistakable. A more distinct Iranian state is taking shape and religion is central to that shape. By late afternoon, the city glows with a calm confidence. Domes shimmer under the sun. Market noise rises and falls in measured waves. Courtyards fill with household work, with washing, cooking, mending, conversation. Children move through lanes where state policy and ancient habit meet without fully noticing. That is often how history works. The largest transformations become ordinary one afternoon at a time. As evening begins to return, you look back on the long road you have travelled. The old Achaemenid Empire, the Sasanian revival, the Arab conquest, the literary flowering, the invasions and recoveries, all of it now seems to lead toward this point. The Safavids do not invent Iran from nothing. They gather older strands and bind them more tightly. Land kingship memory and faith now sit closer together than they have in centuries, and so you move on into the cooling light carrying with you this sense that Persia is becoming more distinctly Iran, not yet modern, not yet fully secure, but now unmistakably set on a path that will shape everything that follows. You continue forward through the same unfolding evening, and the Safavid city behind you lingers like a pattern in the mind. The domes, the tiled courtyards, the disciplined rhythms of devotion and trade, all of it still seems close enough to touch. But now your attention shifts from one city to the larger shape of the realm itself. You begin to notice lines where before there had mostly been zones. You notice sharper distinctions where once there had been overlapping frontiers. You notice that this old civilizational space people had long called Persia is becoming something more politically specific, more bounded, more self-conscious. It is not modern Iran yet, not in the full sense, but the outline is there now, growing steadier. A mainstream historical fact is that under the Safavids especially, from the 16th into the 17th centuries, Iran developed a more clearly defined territorial and confessional identity shaped by state centralization rivalry with neighboring empires and the institutional growth of Twelver Shia Islam. This is one of the reasons historians often treat the Safavid period as foundational for later Iranian identity. Earlier Persian civilization had immense continuity, of course, but the Safavid state helped turn that continuity into something more recognizably state-centered and distinct. You walk along a frontier road at dawn. The air is crisp and dry with a faint metallic chill that clings to the stones before the sun warms them. A watchtower stands on a ridge ahead, its outline sharp against a pale sky. Below, a caravan moves carefully through the pass. You hear mule bells, the soft scrape of sandals, the occasional low command from a mounted guard. Borderlands have a different feeling from imperial interiors. They are nervous in a practical way. They teach you quickly that identity is never only inward. It is also shaped by whoever stands on the other side of the hills. For Safavid Iran, the other side often meant the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans were Sunni, powerful, expansive and highly organized. The Safavids were Shia, equally ambitious and still building the institutions that would define their realm. Their rivalry was not merely military. It was ideological, dynastic and geographic all at once. Each state needed to defend itself, yes, but it also needed to explain itself. And nothing sharpens self-definition quite like a neighbouring empire that prays differently, governs differently, and would very much like to control your frontier cities. Some historians suggest that Iran's distinctness in this period emerged as much from opposition to Ottoman power as from internal Safavid policy. Others argue that the roots ran deeper and that Safavid rulers were building on older Iranian political memory that would have reasserted itself regardless. Both ideas have merit. Identity usually grows from both attraction and pressure from what a state chooses to be and from what it refuses to become. You move onward into a provincial town where local officials review tax records under a shaded arcade. The smell of paper, leather bindings, dust and warmed stone settles around you. A clerk wets the tip of his reed pen and pauses before writing in a steady hand. Nearby soldiers rest beside their horses, while merchants wait for permits and receipts. This is not the most dramatic side of state formation, but it may be the most important. Territory becomes real when it is measured, taxed, defended, recorded, and argued over in routine ways. A frontier stops being a vague cultural edge and starts becoming a political line when men with ledgers and armed escorts keep returning to the same place. You continue into a village where life reflects the larger change in quieter forms. The prayer patterns are more firmly anchored in Shia practice. Religious scholars hold visible authority. Public rituals of mourning and devotion are becoming more familiar parts of the yearly cycle. Children learn stories that place the suffering of the imams close to moral life. Households absorb these changes, not through abstract theory but through repetition, through commemorations, through sermons, through stories told after sunset, through which holidays matter most. This is how political theology enters ordinary life. It does not only arrive in decrees, it enters through memory and season. A quirky historical tidbit is that the Safavid state actively invited and supported Shia scholars from Arab regions such as Jebel Amal in present-day Lebanon and from Iraq to help build the clerical and legal institutions of the new order. In other words, the distinctively Iranian Shia state was partly strengthened by trans-regional scholarship from beyond Iran's borders. History enjoys these little ironies. Even a state trying to define itself often needs help from elsewhere to explain who it is. You pause in a madrasa courtyard at midday. Light falls across glazed tiles in clear geometric patterns. The air smells faintly of lime plaster paper and warm dust. Students murmur lessons in shaded rooms while a teacher speaks in measured cadence. Here you can feel the state working through education as much as through force. Doctrine is being taught. Legal traditions are being organized. Clerical authority is becoming more structured. Over time this matters immensely because later Iranian politics will repeatedly draw strength from religious networks that can outlast dynasties, shame rulers, mobilize crowds, and speak in the name of justice. Scholars remain divided on how complete Safavid centralization really was, especially beyond major cities and core regions. Tribal forces remained important. Local power holders retained influence. Peripheral zones could be difficult to control, but even where the state's reach was uneven, its ambition was clear. It wanted to rule a more coherent Iran, not simply preside over a loose inheritance of Persian lands. That aspiration alone changed the political imagination of the region. You walk into Isfahan at the height of Safavid refinement, and the city seems to gather the whole project into visible form. Broad avenues, monumental squares, elegant bridges, gardens, markets, mosques, workshops, and palaces all speak the same language of order and confidence. The city smells of roses, horse sweat, cooking meat, river, damp and hot bread. Blue tile catches sunlight like still water. In the great square, merchants bargain while officials pass in fine robes and travellers stop in quiet amazement. This is not merely beauty for beauty's sake, it is political theatre. It tells subjects and foreigners alike that Iran is organised, legitimate, prosperous and worthy of obedience. Researchers continue to question how far the Safavid state consciously revived pre-Islamic Iranian ideas of kingship and how far it was creating something fundamentally new through Shia monarchy. The answer again is probably both. Old Persian kingship did not vanish from memory. Islamic rulership did not erase local tradition. Instead, the Safavid order braided these elements together into a state that felt at once ancient and new, sacred, and political, regional and imperial. By late afternoon you find yourself on a bridge over moving water, watching the city settle into warmer light. The sound beneath you is steady and calming. People cross in small groups. Someone carries folded cloth, someone else leads a donkey laden with goods. A child points at the reflections below. This ordinary motion matters because by now the state is not only in palaces or on battle maps, it is in roads, schools, taxes, rituals, architecture and expectations. It is in the way people imagine the realm they belong to, and that realm is becoming more distinct. Not because every boundary is fixed forever, not because every person thinks in modern national terms, but because a combination of belief, rivalry, administration and memory is giving Iran a firmer shape. The old name Persia still hovers in foreign usage and civilizational memory, but the political world you are walking through is increasingly one that later generations will recognize as the groundwork of Iran. As evening cools the stone and the sky fades toward violet, you continue onward with that realization. A historic cultural zone has become a more clearly bounded state. A long memory has found sharper institutions, and a realm once known mainly for imperial grandeur is now acquiring the habits of distinct nationhood long before the modern age fully arrives. You continue across the bridge and into the cooling evening, and the city behind you begins to glow with that calm, Safavid confidence you have now come to recognize. Lamps appear one by one in upper windows. The square still hums with distant trade. Hooves echo softly on stone. Water moves under arches with a low, steady murmur. For a moment the realm feels secure, as though belief, ceremony, architecture and administration have finally settled into a stable arrangement. But the farther you walk from the polished centre, the more clearly you begin to feel the pressure gathering at the edges. A mainstream historical fact, the is that from the Safavid era onward, Iran faced sustained pressure from powerful neighbours, especially the Ottoman Empire, to the west, and later the expanding Russian Empire to the north, while internal instability repeatedly exposed how vulnerable the state could become when the centre weakened. This pressure from rival empires would shape Iran for centuries. It would affect its borders, economy, military priorities, political culture, and eventually its deep suspicion of foreign interference. You are beginning to move into the long age in which Iran learns again and again that geography can be both inheritance and burden. You leave the grand avenues behind and take a rougher road toward the frontier. The paving grows less even. The night air becomes drier and cooler. A watchfire burns ahead near a small post where guards stand wrapped in thick cloaks, their faces half lit by the flames. The smell here is different from the city. Less rosewater and bread, more smoke leather, animal sweat and dust. Frontier life has fewer illusions. It asks practical questions. Are the roads safe? Are the taxes collected? Are the tribes loyal? Are the neighbours quiet? Usually at least one of those answers is no. For Safavid Iran, the Ottoman rivalry remained one of the defining pressures. These were not occasional border arguments carried out with polite letters and mutual disappointment. They were deep structural competitions between two major Islamic empires with different confessional identities and overlapping ambitions. Mesopotamia, the Caucasus, eastern Anatolia, and frontier cities became contested spaces. Armies moved. Diplomats negotiated truces that rarely felt permanent. Populations near the border often paid the highest price, enduring raids, shifting authorities, and the kind of uncertainty that rarely appears elegantly in imperial chronicles. Some historians suggest that the Ottoman challenge helped solidify Iranian distinctness by forcing Safavid rulers to defend a more coherent territorial and ideological state. Others argue that the rivalry also drained resources and encouraged militarization in ways that weakened long-term stability. Both things can be true at once. A dangerous neighbour may sharpen identity, but it can also exhaust a treasury, strain a population, and teach rulers to think with permanent anxiety. You stop at a caravanserai not far from a contested region. The courtyard is enclosed and quiet but not relaxed. Merchants speak in lower voices. Pack animals are tethered close. One traveller has a small bandage wrapped around his arm. Another insists that the road ahead is passable if one leaves before sunrise and keeps moving. Someone is boiling tea over a small flame and the smell of bitter leaves rises into the cold air. A map in the capital may show a frontier as a line. A traveller experiences it as worry. And yet the border is not only a place of conflict, it is also a place of exchange. Goods, stories, languages and habits pass through, even when armies do too. Armenian merchants, Kurdish communities, tribal groups, urban traders and local elites all help form the texture of these contested zones. This is important because Iran's relationship with neighbouring powers was never purely military. It was also social, economic and cultural. The borderlands were complicated human spaces, not just chessboards for kings with dramatic moustaches. A quirky historical tidbit is that Shah Abbas, the first, one of the most capable Safavid rulers, forcibly relocated large numbers of Armenians to the suburb of New Julfa in Isfahan, where they became an important merchant community linking Iran to wider international trade networks. It is a reminder that statecraft could be both harsh and commercially clever at the same time. The early modern state often behaved like a merchant, a theologian, and a suspicious landlord all at once. You continue northward in your mind's eye, and over time another pressure begins to emerge more clearly: Russia. At first, in earlier periods, northern concerns were less overwhelming than the Ottoman challenge. But as centuries passed and Russian power expanded southward, the northern frontier grew increasingly significant. The Caucasus in particular would become a region of immense strategic importance. Mountains, passes, fortresses, and mixed populations made it a place where imperial ambition and local complexity met in exhausting ways. Iran could not ignore that frontier, because losing influence there meant losing both prestige and security. Scholars remain divided on whether Safavid decline should be explained mainly by external pressures or by internal structural weaknesses such as factionalism, tribal tensions, fiscal strain, and uneven military reform. This is one of those debates where the answer is almost certainly both. Strong neighbours matter more when the centre is weak. Internal weakness matters more when the neighbours are strong. History with its usual unhelpfulness rarely allows only one cause. As you walk farther from the great Safavid centre, you begin to feel that weakness taking shape. Court magnificence can disguise fragility for a while. A beautiful capital can make a state appear more secure than it really is. But military organisation must be maintained, provinces must be governed, revenue must keep flowing, rival elites must be balanced, tribal forces must be managed without becoming too powerful. Religious legitimacy must be sustained without paralysing policy. None of this is simple, and once strain begins to accumulate, a state that look radiant in ceremony can prove surprisingly brittle in crisis. You pass through a provincial town where the bazaar is smaller, the walls less impressive, the mood more cautious than in Isfahan. A blacksmith hammers metal in slow measured strikes. A tax official argues with a merchant over assessments. A local notable receives visitors in a modest hall, while armed retainers wait outside. The smell of charcoal wool onions and damp clay rises from the evening streets. This is the state at ground level, improvised, negotiated, sometimes competent, sometimes weary. The farther from the capital you travel, the more obvious it becomes that empire is maintained by countless uneven local rule arrangements. Researchers continue to question how ordinary people in frontier and provincial zones understood the state they served or endured. Did they think primarily in dynastic terms, religious terms, regional loyalties, tribal identities, or some blend of all these? The answer probably varied from place to place. But one thing is clear. Repeated conflict with neighbouring powers made the question of who ruled and who threatened no mere abstraction. Foreign pressure was not just a court concern, it shaped taxes, security, trade, and memory in daily life. By late evening, the wind has grown sharper. Your cloak feels rough at the collar. Somewhere in the darkness, a horse shakes its mane, and you hear the jingle of tack. A guard adds wood to a fire, and sparks rise briefly, then fade. You think about how many centuries Iran will spend negotiating this same problem. Powerful neighbours, strategic frontiers, internal division, the need to modernise without losing legitimacy, the fear that outside powers are always watching for weakness. These themes are not yet fully modern, but they are already familiar. And so you move on through the frontier dark with a clearer understanding of what lies ahead. Iran is becoming more distinct. Yes, but distinctness brings exposure. To exist as a state in this region is to live under pressure. Ottoman power to the west, Russian expansion to the north, and internal strain within the realm all begin to press inward at once. The elegant Safavid world still glows behind you, but the long age of imperial pressure has truly begun. You continue onward through the frontier dark, and by the time the sky begins to pale again, the old Safavid confidence has thinned into something more fragile. The watchfires are still there. The roads still carry merchants, soldiers, clerics, and tax officials. The villages still wake to bread ovens, water jars, and animals impatient for morning feed. Yet the feeling of the state has changed. It no longer seems like a polished structure held together by broad squares and clear ritual. It feels strained, patched, uncertain. And slowly over the 18th and early 19th centuries, that uncertainty hardens into a new political world under a new dynasty, the Qajars. A mainstream historical fact is that the Qajar dynasty ruled Iran from the late 18th century into the early 20th century, after a long period of instability that followed the fall of the Safavids and the turbulence of competing powers such as Nader Shah and the Zands. By the time the Qajars consolidated their rule, Iran was still clearly a historic civilization with deep memory and strong identity, but it was also a state under pressure, less centralized than it appeared, militarily weaker than some of its neighbors, and increasingly vulnerable to outside influence. This is one of those eras when the court still glitters, but the ceiling has begun to creak. You arrive in Tehran in the early morning cold. The city is not yet the sprawling modern capital it will later become, but it is growing in importance under the Qajars. The air smells of damp earth, horse manure, coal smoke and fresh bread from ovens that have already been lit. Narrow streets begin to fill with movement. A mule train passes under an archway. A vendor arranges fruit with sleepy precision. Somewhere behind a high wall, a court servant crosses a tiled courtyard carrying a brass tray that catches the first light. The city is alive, but not serene. It feels alert, as though everyone knows that power sits here, yet no one is entirely certain how secure that power really is. The Qajar court was famous for ceremony, visual splendor, and royal self-display. Portraits, jewels, elaborate garments, mirrorwork, and audience rituals all helped project monarchy as something radiant and legitimate. You step through a palace hall and see what that projection looked like. Coloured glass softens the morning light into red, blue, and gold. Mirrors scatter reflections across walls and ceilings. Courtiers in layered robes stand in careful arrangement. The smell of perfume, polished wood, and lamp oil hangs in the air. Everything says kingship, everything says continuity. Everything also quietly says compensation. A quirky historical tidbit is that Qajar royal portraiture often presented rulers with enormous dignity and stylized majesty, sometimes emphasizing long mustaches, fine waistlines, jeweled decoration, and carefully staged poses so intensely that the images could feel almost dreamlike. The portraits were not only likenesses, they were political theatre in paint. In a world where military weakness and foreign pressure were becoming harder to ignore, image mattered perhaps even more than usual. When reality becomes awkward, ceremony usually works overtime. You continue deeper into the palace world and begin to see the contradiction at its centre. The Qajar Shahs ruled a state with ancient prestige but limited modern capacity. Iran was not a powerless blank space. It had loyal elites, regional networks, clerical influence, commercial vitality, and strong cultural memory. But compared with the expanding Russian Empire to the north and the increasingly powerful British Empire operating through India and the Persian Gulf, Qajar, Iran was in a far weaker strategic position. Its military reforms were uneven, its finances were often troubled, its provincial control could be inconsistent, and its court politics were full of faction patronage and negotiation. Some historians suggest that the Qajar state was weaker than it looked because it never fully centralized authority over its provinces and tribal regions. Others argue that this judgment can be too harsh and that the dynasty managed a difficult balancing act in a dangerous era, preserving Iranian statehood at a time when complete collapse was a real possibility. That debate is worth pausing over. It is easy to criticize a government in hindsight, especially when stronger empires are standing nearby looking efficient and well-armed. But survival itself can be a serious achievement. You step out of the palace and into this bazaar, where the real pulse of the city feels more grounded and more revealing. The covered market smells of leather wool, tobacco, spiced sweat, and hot tea. The stone floor beneath your feet is worn smooth by countless crossings. Merchants speak in quick, practical tones. Apprentices carry bundles through the dim lanes. A money changer counts coins with the calm expression of a man who trusts arithmetic more than politics. Here you feel the social world that will matter so much later. The bazaar is not only a place of trade, it is a place of connection, influence, rumour, and moral economy. Merchants, clerics, craftsmen, and urban families all move through this space, and together they form one of the most important parts of Qajar society. Outside the capital, life remains even more varied. Tribes move seasonally with flocks. Villages depend on harvests, water channels, and local notables. Provincial governors bargain with the centre. Clerics maintain authority that can support the state or challenge it. You walk through a provincial settlement at dusk and hear sheep being driven into enclosures, children called indoors, the slow bubbling of a cooking pot over a courtyard fire. The smell of dust yogurt, onions, and smoke settles into the cool air. The monarchy is real here, but not always intimate. For many people, rule is experienced through tax collectors, local patrons, military levies, and the price of grain rather than through any direct image of the Shah. Scholars remain divided on how much the Qajar period should be understood as a time of decay versus a time of adaptation under severe pressure. Some emphasize lost territory, foreign concessions, and administrative weakness. Others point out that important cultural production, urban growth, diplomatic engagement, and forms of political learning also took place in this era. Both are true. The Qajar state was vulnerable, but it was not lifeless. In fact, many of the forces that would later reshape Iran, modern reformism, constitutionalism, clerical activism, commercial politics, and anti-foreign resentment grew more visible under Qajar rule. And then there is the matter of the great powers pressing in from outside. Russia and Britain increasingly treated Iran not simply as a neighbour or a trading partner, but as a strategic storm zone. Russian expansion into the Caucasus brought war and territorial losses that deeply wounded Iranian prestige. British influence, especially through concern for India, and the Gulf inserted another layer of pressure into Iranian politics. The Qajar court had to maneuver between empires stronger than itself, and this bred a long memory of humiliation, dependence, and suspicion. That memory will matter later when the United States enters the story. Foreign influence in Iran was not invented in the 20th century. By then the wound was already old. You pause in a reception room late at night. The lamps burn low. Tea cools in small cups. A court official reads correspondence in a tired voice, while another rubs his forehead and stares at a map. Outside, the city is quieter now. A dog barks in the distance. Somewhere a gate closes. Inside, you can almost feel the weight of the age pressing inward. How do you preserve sovereignty when richer, stronger powers keep leaning over your shoulder? How do you modernize without destroying the legitimacy of the old order? How do you hold together a state whose court shines brighter than its institutions? Researchers continue to question whether Qajar weakness came mainly from dynastic failure or from the structural difficulty of governing Iran in an age of industrial empires and modern military competition. That's another debate with no simple answer. But as you stand here watching the last reflections tremble in palace mirrors, you begin to understand the deeper truth. The Qajar court was fragile not because Iran had no identity, but because identity alone could not stop imperial pressure. By the time you leave the palace and step back into the cool night, the image of the age stays with you. Glittering halls, uneasy borders, bustling bazaars, ambitious rivals. A monarchy wrapped in ceremony but threatened by debt weakness and encroaching foreign power. The Qajar world is beautiful in parts, faded in others, and increasingly exposed. Ahead lies the sharper contest of Britain and Russia inside Iranian life, where foreign pressure will move from the edge of the map into the bazaar itself. You leave the mirrored halls behind and step back into the city night where the air feels cooler and far more honest. The palace glitters, yes, but the bazaar breathes. And it is here in the covered lanes, the tea houses, the caravan yards, the merchant homes and the mosque courtyards that you begin to feel how foreign power enters a country long before soldiers march through its streets. It arrives in loans and concessions, in trade privileges, in diplomatic pressure, in maps drawn far away by men who have never smelled this dust or heard these evening prayers. Under the Qajars, Iran becomes a place where empires compete not only at the border, but in the marketplace, in the treasury, and in the daily irritations of ordinary life. A mainstream historical fact is that during the 19th century, Britain and Russia increasingly competed for influence in Iran as part of their broader strategic rivalry, often called the Great Game, with Russia pressing southward and Britain seeking to protect the approaches to India and its interests in the Persian Gulf. Iran stood between them not as an empty buffer, but as an ancient state forced to navigate the ambitions of stronger industrial empires. This pressure would shape politics, trade reform, and public resentment for generations. You walk into the bazaar just after sunrise. The light is still soft at the entrance, fading into a warmer dimness beneath the vaulted roof. The smell is immediate, and layered hot bread, tobacco leather, wool, tea, sweat dust, and the faint sweetness of dates stacked in trays. A merchant lifts a shutter. A donkey snorts beside bundles of cloth. Metal bowls clink against one another as a shopkeeper arranges them in neat rows. Life is starting for the day, but beneath the routine there is a tension you can almost hear in the conversations. Men lower their voices when discussing officials, prices, foreign goods, or court rumours. The market is a place of business, yes, but it is also where political feeling gathers before it acquires slogans. The bazaar's go. Bazaar mattered because it linked social groups that were often central in Iranian life. Merchants had wealth networks and influence. Clerics had moral authority, learning, and ties to the public. Artisans and shopkeepers carried the rhythms of urban survival. When these groups aligned even loosely, they could matter enormously. Later political upheavals in Iran would repeatedly draw strength from this urban alliance of market and mosque. The seeds are already here. You stop at a tea house where men sit cross-legged on worn carpets, warming their hands around small glasses. Steam rises gently in the cool morning air. The smell of strong tea mingles with damp wool cloaks and charcoal smoke. One man reads aloud from a newspaper or pamphlet. Another mutters about customs duties. A third, older and calmer, reminds the others that foreign influence never arrives looking foreign for very long. It usually arrives disguised as convenience. Better roads, easier financing, a useful confession. Then one day you wake up and discover that someone else is profiting from your country's resources while you are still arguing over who forgot to pay for the tea. A quirky historical tidbit is that the tobacco protest of 1891 to 1892 began after the Qajar state granted a sweeping concession over tobacco production, sale and export to a British company, prompting such broad resistance that tobacco use itself was boycotted across parts of Iran. Imagine it, an entire society turning a daily habit into a political weapon. It was one of the first great modern examples in Iran of mass protest joining merchants, clerics, and ordinary consumers in a shared act of resistance. Quite impressive, really. Also very inconvenient for anyone hoping to enjoy a peaceful smoke. Before that moment, though, the broader pattern had already been set. Foreign concessions became one of the clearest ways outside powers inserted themselves into Iranian life. Concession could grant rights over trade, transport, resources, customs, or infrastructure in exchange for money or political backing. On paper, these agreements could seem practical. Iran needed revenue. The court needed funds. Modernization required capital and expertise. But in practice, concessions often looked humiliating, enriching foreigners, while feeding local suspicion that the state was selling slices of sovereignty one stamp document at a time. Some historians suggest that Qajar rulers relied on concessions because they lacked stable internal revenue and faced constant fiscal pressure in an age of stronger imperial rivals. Others argue that court corruption and short-term political thinking made the problem worse than it needed to be. That debate matters, but from the perspective of ordinary people in the bazaar, distinction may not have felt very comforting. Whether out of weakness or misjudgment, the result was the same. Foreign influence kept pressing inward. You continue through the market and notice imported goods mixed among local wares, fabrics from abroad, manufactured items whose quality or price unsettles local producers. New forms of commercial dependency that make some merchants anxious and others opportunistic. Trade is never neutral in a politically unequal world. It enriches some, ruins others, and teaches everyone to watch who controls the ports, the tariffs, and the contracts. Northward Russian power grows heavier. Iranian defeats in wars with Russia during the early 19th century had already led to territorial losses in the Caucasus, a deep wound to prestige and sovereignty. Russian influence then extended through trade finance and diplomatic pressure. British influence meanwhile grew from the south and east, tied to India, the Gulf and imperial strategy. Iran became the object of overlapping calculations. To the British it was a zone to secure, to the Russians a frontier to penetrate. To Iranians increasingly it was home under pressure. Scholars remain divided on whether the Great Game Framework overstates the coherence of British and Russian strategy in Iran, since both empires had shifting priorities and internal disagreements. That is a fair caution. Empires are often less perfectly coordinated than they appear in retrospect. But whatever officials in London or St. Petersburg believed they were doing, Iranians experienced the result as recurring intrusion. Loans came with strings. Advisors came with influence. Diplomats came with expectations, and the state's weakness made it harder to refuse. You walk into a merchant household at dusk. The family is gathered in the inner courtyard, where a small fountain makes a soft rhythmic sound and the evening meal is being laid out on cloth. The air smells of rice, herbs, onion and lamb fat, with a little smoke drifting in from a nearby brazier. The conversation moves from prices to politics without much warning. Someone complains that local producers cannot compete fairly. Someone else worries about tax burdens. An elder says in a tone both resigned and sharp that foreign powers do not need to conquer a country if they can persuade its rulers to sign enough papers. Everyone nods because they know exactly what he means. This is where resentment begins to harden into political culture. Not in grand ideological treatises at first, but in repeated experiences of humiliation. A concession granted too cheaply, a customs officer pressured by foreigners, a local market disrupted by outside influence, a rumour that the court is indebted again, a sense that decisions affecting Iranian life are being made in foreign embassies or under foreign pressure. Over time, these experiences form a memory that will matter deeply in the 20th century. When later generations speak of foreign interference, they are not inventing a grievance. They are inheriting one. Researchers continue to question how far anti-foreign sentiment in late Qajar Iran reflected broad popular feeling as opposed to the concerns of urban groups such as merchants, clerics and intellectuals. The answer probably varied by region and class. Yet the political importance of those urban groups was real, and their language of protest would become increasingly influential. The bazaar did not speak for every Iranian, but when it spoke loudly enough, the country listened. By nightfall, the market has quieted, shutters close, lamps burn low behind wooden screens. Somewhere a cart rolls slowly over stone. Somewhere a mullah finishes a conversation with a merchant and steps out into the lane. The cool air carries the scent of dust and dying coals. You pause there and realize that foreign influence has now moved from the distant frontier into the emotional center of Iranian life. It is in the price of tobacco, in the fear of debt, in the irritation of unfair privilege, in the feeling that the state is no longer fully master of its own house. And so you continue onward, deeper into a country where resentment is learning to organize itself. The court still stands. The empire has not yet collapsed. But the bazaar now knows that foreign power can sit quietly in a contract and still wound a nation's pride. That knowledge will soon help push Iran toward reform, protest and revolution of a very different kind. You continue through the quiet after the bazaar closes, and the night feels different now. The resentment you have been tracing no longer sits only in speeches, petitions or whispered complaints over tea. It is beginning to settle around something more concrete, more dangerous and more magnetic to outside powers than almost anything else hidden beneath the soil. Up to this point, foreign influence has moved through loans, concessions, trade privileges and military pressure. Now it is about to sink deeper literally into the ground itself. And once that happens, Iran will never again be just another old state balancing difficult neighbours. It will become something far more strategic in the eyes of the modern world. A mainstream historical fact is that in 1908, oil was discovered in southwestern Iran, And this discovery transformed the country's place in global politics, especially through British involvement in extracting, refining, and controlling that resource. The implications were enormous. Oil was not simply another commodity like silk or tobacco. It was becoming the fuel of modern industry, modern navies, modern transport, and eventually modern war itself. A country that possessed oil possessed something the 20th century desired with alarming intensity. Before the discovery itself, it helps to understand the setting. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, industrial powers were relying more and more on new forms of energy. Coal still mattered greatly, of course, but oil was increasingly valuable because it offered flexibility and efficiency, especially for engines and naval power. Today that seems obvious because we grew up in a world shaped by petroleum. But at the time, the global importance of oil was still unfolding. Iran, rather inconveniently for its future peace, happened to sit atop a great deal of it. You move southward in your mind, away from the covered bazaars of the capital, and toward the harsher landscapes of Khuzestan. The air grows warmer even at dusk, the earth changes colour. The wind carries dust and the faint bitterness of dry scrub. Villages lie under broad skies, and beyond them stretch landscapes that to an untrained eye might seem empty or at least unremarkable. But history often hides its most consequential materials in places that look deceptively quiet. A goat path, a patch of stony ground, a distant ridge, and below it the future of imperial strategy. The key figure here was William Knox D'Arcy, who in 1901 obtained a major oil concession from the Qajar state. This concession granted him broad rights to explore for oil across much of Iran in exchange for relatively modest upfront payments and a share of future profits to the Iranian government. The arrangement fit the pattern you've already seen. Iran needed money. Foreign investors wanted opportunity. The court was willing or pressured to sign away long-term advantages for short-term relief. It was the old story of vulnerability meeting imperial appetite, only now the stakes were much higher. A quirky historical tidbit is that early oil exploration in Iran was costly, difficult, and at times seemed close to failure, with investors and engineers dealing with brutal heat, logistical problems, uncertain drilling results, and deep frustration before oil was finally struck in commercial quantities at Masjid Suleiman in 1908. For a while, this world-changing resource announced itself less like destiny and more like an engineering headache in a very uncomfortable climate. Even empires, it turns out, have to sweat first. You stand near an early drilling site at dawn. The light is hard and pale at first, and the air already carries warmth that promises a punishing day ahead. Machinery clanks, workers move with tired focus, metal tools ring against other metal. There is the smell of oil residue, hot dust and grease, all of it sharp and unfamiliar compared with the organic smells of bread ovens, wool cloth, and dung fuel that accompanied earlier sections of your journey. This is a new historical atmosphere. Industrial extraction has its own scent. It smells like modernity arriving with no interest in asking permission. Some historians suggest that the real turning point was not merely the discovery of oil itself, but the speed with which Britain recognised its strategic value, especially for naval power. Others argue that the concessionary structure was already the deeper issue because it placed control and profit disproportionately in foreign hands from the beginning. These are different emphases, but they lead you to the same place. Oil did not simply enrich Iran. It embedded Iran more deeply into global power struggles. The British connection soon became especially significant through the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which emerged from the concession and later gained crucial backing from the British state. In 1914, just before the First World War, the British government acquired a major stake in the company, largely because Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, supported shifting the Royal Navy from coal to oil. That decision mattered enormously. It meant Iranian oil was no longer merely a commercial matter. It was tied directly to British national strategy, military planning, and imperial security. You pause beside a refinery complex in the imagination of the years to come, and the scale of it feels almost unreal compared with the older worlds you've walked through. Pipes stretch across the landscape and storage tanks stand like blunt metal giants. Heat radiates from industrial surfaces. The air smells of fuel smoke and salt if you are near Abadan, where the refinery would later become one of the largest in the world. Workers move in routine patterns through an environment built not for beauty or contemplation, but for throughput. Everything here is about extraction, processing, transport power. Persian gardens once symbolized order and paradise. Oil infrastructure symbolizes modern leverage and dependency. Scholars remain divided on whether the Qajar government had any realistic chance of negotiating far better oil terms given its weak fiscal and geopolitical position, or whether the concession system reflected avoidable incompetence and short-sightedness. The answer is probably uncomfortable. Iran was negotiating from weakness, yes, but weakness does not erase the consequences of bad bargains. From the Iranian perspective, the pattern would become painfully familiar. Foreign companies profited enormously while the country that owned the resource felt underpaid, overruled and humiliated. You move through a workers' quarter near the oil fields as evening approaches. The light turns bronze over corrugated roofs and dusty lanes. Men return from labour coated in grime. The smell of sweat and petroleum clings to clothing. Water is poured from metal containers. Bread is torn apart with tired hands. Nearby foreign managers and technical staff may live under different conditions with better housing and access to resources. This social contrast matters. Oil did not only create wealth, it created visible inequality. It showed in very practical terms who controlled the machinery, who made the decisions, and who received the larger share of reward. Researchers continue to question how early oil development changed local society in southwestern Iran, including labour patterns, migration, urban growth, and relations between tribal groups, workers, and the state. What is clear is that oil transformed not only foreign policy but daily life. It pulled new populations into industrial zones. It changed work rhythms. It introduced new forms of labour discipline and class experience. It linked remote regions of Iran to the strategic anxieties of London and beyond. And this is where you begin to see the emotional depth of the later oil crisis under Mossadegh, long before Mossadegh himself appears. The resentment did not begin in 1951. It began here in the concessionary age in the sense that a vital national resource had slipped into foreign control under unfair conditions. Oil sharpened every older Iranian fear about sovereignty. It turned abstract concerns about influence into something measurable in barrels, contracts, dividends, and guarded installations. Today we might think of oil as simply one more headline topic, another argument over markets and energy. But in Iran, oil became something far more intimate. It came to symbolize both potential strength and stolen autonomy. It was wealth that should have secured independence, yet often seemed to invite manipulation. It was modernity, but a modernity tied to outsiders. It was national treasure under foreign management. Night settles more fully now over the southern landscape. Machinery quiets a little, though not entirely. A faint orange glow remains near the industrial horizon. Beyond it, the land returns to darkness and wind. You stand there and understand that Iran has entered a new age. Foreign influence is no longer only diplomatic or commercial. It is buried in the nation's subsoil and running through pipelines toward imperial interests. The old bizarre resentments have found a new focus, and the future conflicts of Iran with Britain and later with the United States are beginning to take shape in oil-stained earth. You remain near the oil fields for a little while longer, watching the last of the industrial glow fade into the warm southern night. The machinery has not gone silent, not completely. Somewhere a valve hisses. Somewhere metal settles with a dull knock after a long day of heat. The air still carries the sharp smell of fuel and dust, and the ground beneath your feet feels different from the older worlds you have walked through. This is no longer the Persia of royal roads and sacred fire, nor the Iran of tiled domes and caravan courts. This is a country being pulled into modern politics through contracts industry and growing public anger. and soon that anger will begin to ask a dangerous question. If the state keeps yielding to foreign pressure, who exactly is supposed to defend the nation? A mainstream historical fact is that the constitutional revolution of 1905 to 1911 created Iran's first parliament known as the Majlis, and marked a major attempt to limit royal authority, restrain corruption, and build a more accountable political order. This was one of the most important turning points in modern Iranian history. It did not solve the country's problems, not even close. But it changed the political imagination of Iran by introducing the idea that monarchy should not stand above law, that power could be checked, and that national dignity required institutions stronger than royal whim. Before the revolution itself, it helps to understand the pressure building beneath the surface. By the late Qajar period, many people across different social groups had become deeply frustrated with the weakness of the state. Foreign concessions insulted public pride. Economic mismanagement caused hardship. Provincial authority was uneven. Court corruption seemed endless, and the Shah's government often looked incapable of defending national interests against Britain and Russia. These frustrations did not belong to one class alone. Merchants, clerics, intellectuals, reform-minded officials, and parts of the urban population all found reasons to resent the existing order, even if they did not all imagine the same solution. You walk into Tehran on a winter morning during the crisis years. The air is cold and dry, and the city feels tense beneath the ordinary sounds of trade and prayer. Bread sellers still call out. Hooves still strike packed earth. Tea still steams in little glasses near bazaar stalls, but the conversations have changed. You hear sharper words now: constitution, justice, law, rights, accountability. These ideas move through the market lanes with surprising force, carried not only by abstract reformers, but by practical people who are tired of living in a state that seems both grand and helpless at the same time. The bazaar matters here again very much. Merchants had reason to resent arbitrary taxation and foreign concessions that disrupted commerce. Clerics could protest injustice in moral terms and mobilize urban support. Reform-minded intellectuals brought in concepts from Ottoman, Russian, and European constitutional debates, adapting them to Iranian conditions. And ordinary townspeople, often ignored in tidy elite narratives, knew perfectly well when food was expensive, officials were corrupt, and foreign influence felt humiliating. Politics becomes powerful when different groups can all look at the same disorder and agree that it smells bad. A quirky historical tidbit is that one important protest tactic during the Constitutional Revolution involved taking sanctuary or bast in places considered protected, including mosques, and even the British legation in Tehran, where large numbers of protesters gathered in a highly unusual and symbolically charged act. History does have a taste for irony. Iranians protesting foreign influence found themselves at one crucial moment gathered in the grounds of a foreign mission because domestic justice felt so unreliable. It was both practical and deeply awkward. You move through one of these protest spaces at dusk. People sit close together under lamplight, wrapped in cloaks against the cold. The smell of tea damp, wool, mud, and smoke hangs in the air. Some men argue quietly about legal reform. Others listen to sermons or speeches. Someone scratches notes onto paper with stiff fingers. The mood is serious but not theatrical. What you feel most strongly is the sense of political learning. A society long accustomed to negotiating around royal authority is beginning to imagine authority itself as something that can be structured, written down, debated, and limited. Some historians suggest that the Constitutional Revolution was the first full expression of modern Iranian nationalism because it linked sovereignty law, public representation, and resistance to foreign domination. Others argue that it was more fragmented than that, shaped by multiple overlapping agendas that included religion, commerce, anti-corruption, and elite factional struggle. That is probably the wiser way to see it. The revolution was not one pure movement speaking with one voice. It was a coalition, improvised, idealistic, suspicious, hopeful, and often internally divided. which, to be fair, describes a great many real political movements far better than later slogans do. The creation of the Majlis was a major achievement. For the first time, Iran had a representative assembly meant to participate in lawmaking and constrain royal power. A constitution was drafted. The idea of rule by law, however imperfectly understood or applied, gained institutional form. This did not mean everyone suddenly became a modern democrat with excellent procedural instincts. Let us not get carried away. But it did mean that Iranian politics had crossed an important threshold. The Shah was no longer imagined by all as the unquestioned centre of the national order. You step into the chamber of the early parliament. The room is not grand in the ancient imperial sense, but it carries a different kind of gravity. Papers are stacked. Voices rise and fall. Clerics, merchants, officials, and notables debate matters that once would have remained closer to court discretion. The air smells faintly of ink, wool, lamp oil, and winter dust carried in on shoes. There is something quietly revolutionary in the sight of argument becoming institutional. A state begins to change when power is forced to listen, even if only reluctantly. Scholars remain divided on how deep constitutional ideas truly penetrated Iranian society beyond the urban political centres, and how far the movement should be understood as elite reform rather than broad social transformation. Yet even where its reach was uneven, its symbolic importance was immense. The constitutional revolution taught later generations that monarchy could be challenged in the name of law and nation. It taught them that foreign domination and domestic despotism were connected problems, and it showed that clergy, merchants, and modernizing intellectuals could sometimes stand together, however uneasily, against a weakened but still stubborn court. The struggle, of course, did not proceed smoothly. Muhammad Ali Shah resisted the constitution and eventually used force against the parliament. Russian intervention and domestic conflict weakened the constitutional order. Armed resistance broke out in support of the movement. Cities and provinces became involved unevenly. The revolution survived but in battered form. Its achievements were partial, its institutions were fragile, its enemies were powerful. That pattern too will feel familiar as you move through later Iranian history. Reform opens a door, counterforce slams it half shut. The memory of the opening remains. Researchers continue to question whether the constitutional revolution failed in immediate practical terms or succeeded more deeply by reshaping Iran's political culture for the long term. Standing here, you can see why the answer is both. It did not create a stable constitutional state free from foreign pressure and autocratic relapse, but it did plant ideas that would keep returning: law above arbitrary power, national sovereignty, political participation, suspicion of foreign control. These themes would echo through the Pahlavi era, through the oil nationalization struggle, and even through the Islamic Revolution, many decades later. As evening deepens, snowless winter cold settles into the streets of Tehran. Lamps glow behind shutters. The bazaar quiets. The parliament building stands in the dark, modest, but changed by what it has already meant. Somewhere in the city, a family sits around a samovar discussing prices, politics, and whether anything will truly improve. Somewhere else, a cleric writes by lamplight. Somewhere, a young student listening more than speaking begins to imagine a different future for Iran. And so you continue onward, carrying with you the knowledge that the nation has now tried something new. It has tried to answer foreign pressure and internal weakness, not only with dynastic change, but with reform law and representation. The effort is incomplete, fragile, and contested. Yet the door has been opened. Iran has entered the age of constitutional politics, and nothing that follows will fully forget it. You continue onward through the cold Tehran night, and the early parliament building fades behind you like a promise only half fulfilled. The lamps still burn in a few windows. The streets still hold traces of argument, reform, disappointment, and hope. But as you move forward into the next decades, the mood changes again. The constitutional experiment has opened a door, yes, but the state remains weak. Foreign influence remains strong, and the machinery of modern government still creaks badly when asked to do too much. Iran now enters one of those uneasy moments in history when many people agree that change is necessary, but they disagree completely on what kind of change will save the country. A mainstream historical fact is that in 1935, under Reza Shah Pahlavi, the government formally asked foreign states to use the name Iran instead of Persia in official correspondence, reflecting a preference for the country's older indigenous name in international usage. This was not the creation of a new country from nothing, and it was certainly not a sudden erasure of the Persian past. Rather, it was a political statement about identity, sovereignty, and modern statehood. The land had long been known internally by forms of the name Iran, while Persia remained common in foreign languages. Now the state wanted the world to speak differently. Before that name change makes full sense, you need to understand the man and the atmosphere around him. Reza Khan, later Reza Shah, rose in the turbulent years after the First World War, a period when Iran was strained by foreign interference, weak central authority, regional unrest, and the lingering fragility of the constitutional order. In 1921, he took part in a coup and gradually consolidated power, eventually becoming Shah in 1925 and founding the Pahlavi dynasty. He presented himself as a restorer of order, a builder of the modern state, and a figure capable of rescuing Iran from humiliation and fragmentation. You walk through Tehran in the early hours of a brisk morning during the Pahlavi rise. The city feels sharper now than in the late Qajar years. Officials move with more urgency. Uniforms are more visible. Roads are being improved. Government offices feel more disciplined, if also more intimidating. The air smells of coal smoke, wet dust, wool coats and hot tea carried on trays into ministries where men with tired eyes and clipped moustaches shuffle files under portraits of the new ruler. The old courtly softness is giving way to something harder, more centralized and more impatient. A quirky historical tidbit is that even after the 1935 request, many people outside Iran continued using Persia in cultural, literary and historical contexts, and some Iranian intellectuals later worried that the international shift to Iran had unintentionally weakened the immediate recognition of the country's ancient civilizational prestige in the West. In other words, the name change solved one problem and created another. Persia sounded grand and familiar abroad. Iran sounded more accurate and sovereign but less romantically established in foreign imagination. It is the sort of branding dilemma modern states rarely admit is also emotional. You continue down a boulevard lined with new government buildings and notice how the change in name fits into a broader pattern. Reza Shah was not simply adjusting diplomatic vocabulary, he was reshaping the language of rule. He wanted a stronger, more centralized, more disciplined nation-state. He reduced the power of tribal groups, strengthened the army, expanded bureaucracy, promoted infrastructural development, and pushed a forceful version of modernization from above. The old layered Iran of merchants, clerics, regional notables, and negotiated weakness was being told rather firmly to stand up straight and behave like a modern country. Some historians suggest that the formal adoption of Iran in foreign usage reflected a growing nationalist desire to reconnect the modern state with a deeper pre-Islamic and indigenous past, rather than continue relying on an exonym associated with one region and with foreign convention. Others caution that the move should not be overinterpreted as pure ideology, since international naming practices were only one part of a much wider state-building project. Both views help. The name mattered symbolically, but symbolism was riding inside a much larger vehicle of authoritarian modernization. You step into a classroom where children sit at wooden desks beneath a portrait of the Shah. The room smells of chalk paper, lamp smoke, and cold morning air slipping through high windows. Lessons now speak more directly of national history, state authority, and collective identity. This is another important change. Earlier Iranian identity had been sustained through religion, poetry, local memory, and dynastic continuity. Under Reza Shah, the state itself works much more aggressively to define the nation from above. education, military service, dress, reform, administrative standardization, and language policy all become tools of nation-making. The name Iran fits neatly into this effort because it emphasizes continuity with an ancient heritage broader than the foreign label Persia suggested. Persia, after all, derived from Pars or Fars, one region associated with early dynastic origins. Iran pointed toward a wider civilizational and historical identity. It sounded less like the name outsiders used for the land of carpets, poetry, and ruins, and more like the name a modern centralized state used for itself. That distinction mattered to a regime eager to command respect on modern terms, rather than be admired as a museum with borders. Scholars remain divided on how ordinary Iranians experience this change in international naming, since for many people daily concerns such as taxes, conscription, land policing and livelihood mattered far more than what foreign diplomats wrote in formal correspondence. That is a fair caution. Most households do not pause over supper to debate exonyms unless politics has become especially theatrical. Yet even if the shift was more visible abroad than in village life, it still reflected a real transformation in how the state imagined itself and wanted to be imagined. You walk through a railway station under construction and the smell of iron dust, sweat and fresh timber fills the air. Workers call out to one another. Boots strike planks. A foreman checks measurements with tense concentration. This too is part of why Persia becomes Iran in the modern international sense here. Reza Shah's state wants railways, ministries, uniforms, censuses, and centralized commands. It wants a national army rather than looser armed loyalties. It wants a capital that governs the provinces more firmly. The name change belongs to this world of official seriousness. Researchers continue to question how much Pahlavi nationalism represented a genuine, broad-based transformation versus a project imposed by an authoritarian state on a socially diverse country. Again, the answer is probably both. Many Iranians did want a stronger, more independent state after generations of foreign pressure and internal weakness. Many also experienced Pahlavi reform as coercive, dismissive of local life, and at times contemptuous of older social authorities, especially the clergy and tribal leadership. Modernization came, but it came with heavy boots on the stairs, as evening settles over the capital. Electric lights now appear alongside older lamps. The city has changed in texture. There is still dust, still tea, still prayer, still the sounds of merchant closing up shop, but there is also a stronger modern state pressing its presence into streets, schools, offices and rail lines. Somewhere in a ministry, a foreign letter now uses the name Iran. Somewhere in Europe, a diplomat notes the change and adjusts his records. Somewhere in Tehran, an intellectual nods in approval, while another quietly mutters that Persia still sounds better in poetry. And that is the point, really. The name change does not erase Persia, it layers modern Iran over it. One name carries imperial memory and civilizational prestige. The other carries political self-assertion and national modernity. From this point on, the country increasingly appears to the world as Iran, even though the older Persian inheritance remains alive in language, culture and historical imagination. So you continue onward through the Pahlavi night, understanding now that the shift from Persia to Iran was not a break from the past, but a reintroduction of the state to the modern world on its own preferred terms. The nation has not abandoned its older memory. It has simply chosen which name it wants, history, diplomacy, and eventually the headlines to use. You continue onward through the same Pahlavi night, and the name Iran now settles more naturally around the world you are walking through. The ministries, the railway yards, the uniforms, the schools, the sharper language of state authority, all of it gives the country a different rhythm from the Qajar world you left behind. There is more order, more ambition, more steel in the atmosphere. There is also more pressure, because modernization, especially when driven from above, rarely arrives like a polite guest who removes its shoes at the door. It arrives with plans, schedules, decrees, and a slightly alarming confidence that everyone else will eventually appreciate being improved. A mainstream historical fact is that Reza Shah pursued an aggressive program of state centralization and modernization in the 1920s and 1930s, expanding infrastructure, strengthening the army, reducing tribal autonomy, reforming the bureaucracy, and reshaping public life in ways meant to create a stronger and more independent Iran. In many respects, these policies did strengthen the state. Roads and railways expanded, a modern army grew, government institutions became more capable than they had been under the Qajars. Yet this transformation also generated resentment because it demanded obedience, disrupted local customs, and often treated older social structures as obstacles rather than partners. You walk through Tehran at dawn and hear the city waking under a different kind of authority than before. Military boots strike pavement in irregular rhythm. A truck rattles past, raising dust that catches the first light. Government workers hurry toward the offices with files tucked under their arms. A whistle sounds from a construction site. The air smells of coal smoke, cold stone engine oil, and hot tea, she served quickly in narrow glasses before the workday begins. This is no longer the Iran of leisurely court ritual and negotiated weakness. It is an Iran being pushed to move faster, stand straighter, and submit more fully to the centre. Reza Shah believed, or at least acted, as though he believed that national dignity required discipline. Foreign powers had humiliated Iran. Regional fragmentation had weakened it. Clerical influence and tribal autonomy limited the state. The answer, in his view, was a centralized nation that could command roads, taxes, soldiers, courts, and public behavior. He reduced the power of tribal confederations, imposed conscription, more effectively expanded secular education, and built infrastructure meant to tie the country together physically and administratively. In modern terms, you might say he was trying to force the operating system update whether the users were ready or not. A quirky historical tidbit is that Reza Shah's modernization drive extended even to clothing and public appearance, including regulations aimed at standardizing dress in more Western-styled forms, and later the highly controversial banning of the veil in public for women. The state was not merely building roads and railways. It was trying to redesign how society looked. That is always a revealing sign. When a government starts policing sleeves, hats and hairstyles, it is telling you that power has become deeply interested in symbolism. You pause in a provincial town where this new authority feels less polished and more intrusive. A local elder speaks quietly with a government official while soldiers wait nearby. The smell of dust, horse sweat and wood smoke hangs in the air. A woman watches from behind a doorway. A shopkeeper lowers his voice before making a joke about how the state now knows what you should wear, how you should serve, and perhaps given enough time, how you should hold your spoon. The joke is light, but the tension under it is not. Reform from above can feel very different, depending on whether you're designing it from Tehran or receiving it in a town that never asked for it. Some historians suggest that Reza Shah's reforms were necessary if Iran was to survive in a world dominated by modern military and industrial states. Others argue that his authoritarian methods weakened the legitimacy of modernization itself by associating national progress with coercion, humiliation, and the sidelining of traditional authorities. Both perspectives matter. Iran did need a stronger state, but strength imposed without consent can leave behind deep, quiet anger. You continue southward and find yourself near a railway line under the hard light of midday. Metal rails shimmer. Workers wipe sweat from their face. A locomotive stands breathing steam like some impatient iron animal. The smell here is hot metal grease dust and sun-baked earth. Railways, roads and factories become symbols of progress, and not without reason. They connect provinces, support the army's transport, and announce that Iran is no longer content to remain administratively weak. Yet symbols of progress can also become symbols of compulsion when they are tied to forced labour, heavy taxation, or state intrusion into local life. You move through a school courtyard in the afternoon where students recite lessons in a more standardised curriculum than their grandparents would have known. Chalk dust hangs faintly in the air. Wooden desks creak. A teacher corrects pronunciation with clipped precision. Education under the Pahlavi state was meant to create more loyal, disciplined modern citizens. It carried nationalism, secular state ideals, and a stronger sense of central authority into the next generation. This mattered deeply because Iran's future political struggles would be shaped by people educated under the very system they would later criticize, reform, or revolt against. Scholars remain divided on how broad the social base of support for Reza Shah's modernization really was. Urban professionals, or some military men, parts of the bureaucracy, and many nationalists valued stronger institutions and greater independence from foreign manipulation. But tribal groups, many clerics, traditional sectors, and people harmed by the state's coercive methods often saw the same reforms differently. A road can symbolize national unity to one person and forced submission to another. History has room for both readings. You pass by a courthouse and then a police post, and in both places the mood is unmistakably more formal than in earlier eras. Files are stamped, orders are enforced, people wait under official scrutiny. The state is no longer a distant court buffered by local intermediaries. It is increasingly present, increasingly visible, and increasingly willing to command. This matters because modern Iran's later conflicts, including those with foreign powers, will always be entangled with a domestic question as well. Who has the right to define the nation, and in what manner? Researchers continue to question whether Pahlavi centralization genuinely reduced foreign dependence or simply created a more efficient state still vulnerable to great power pressure. That question hangs in the air because both things were happening. Reza Shah was trying to strengthen Iran against foreign domination, yet the country remained strategically exposed, especially as global tensions rose in the late 1930s and early 1940s. A stronger bureaucracy and army could not erase geography or oil. As evening returns, the city glows with a stern modern beauty. Streetlights shine over broader avenues. Government buildings hold the last warmth of the day in their stone walls. A tram bell rings in the distance. Somewhere in a home a radio murmurs softly. Somewhere else an old cleric sits in quiet disapproval, feeling the state moving too fast and too far. Somewhere a young officer believes the country is finally becoming serious. Both men in their own way are watching the same Iran emerge, and that is the heart of this age. Modernization brings pride and resentment together. It offers roads, schools, military strength, and national confidence. It also imposes uniformity, weakens older authorities, and teaches many people to associate the central state with force rather than shared legitimacy. Iran is becoming more modern, yes, but it is also gathering the tensions that will one day crack open. So you continue onward into the deepening evening, carrying with you the sense of a country remade by railways, unified ministries, and command. The old Persia of layered negotiation has given way to a more disciplined Iran. Yet beneath the new surfaces unease remains, and soon war from outside will test whether this harder modern state is truly secure. You continue onward into the deepening evening, and the harder edges of Reza Shah's Iran begin to feel less permanent than they did a moment ago. The ministries still stand, the uniforms still move through the streets with clipped efficiency. The railways still bind distant provinces to the capital. Yet above all of this hangs a new and heavier reality. The wider world is at war, and when great powers go to war, countries like Iran do not get to remain abstract on the map for very long. They become routes, resources, risks, and prizes. A mainstream historical fact is that during the Second World War, Britain and the Soviet Union invaded and occupied Iran in 1941, forcing Reza Shah to abdicate and placing his son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi on the throne. This was a shattering moment for the modernizing state Reza Shah had built. He had promised strength, order, and independence, yet when the pressure came from outside, Iran could not stop foreign armies from entering its territory. Once again the old wound reopened. A government had tried to harden the nation against outside domination, and once again foreign powers walked in anyway. Before the invasion itself, it helps to understand why Iran mattered so much. Geography, as always, was behaving like the most stubborn character in the story. Iran sat between the Soviet Union to the north, British imperial interest to the south, and vital routes of communication across the region. Its oil resources mattered enormously, especially to Britain, and as the war deepened, the Allies wanted secure supply lines to send material to the Soviet Union after Nazi Germany invaded it in 1941. Iran became strategically indispensable. Unfortunately, being indispensable to stronger powers is not always a comfortable form of importance. You walk through Tehran in late summer, and the air feels tense even before the troops arrive. The city smells of dust, petrol, sweat, and hot stone. Newspapers pass from hand to hand. Government officials speak in hurried voices in corridors that suddenly feel smaller than before. In tea houses and shops, rumours move faster than certainty. Some speak of German influence, some of British pressure, some of Soviet intentions. Everyone seems to understand that neutrality is becoming less persuasive by the hour. A small state can announce neutrality. A large war may simply ignore it. Reza Shah had tried to balance foreign powers and reduce dependence, including by limiting British influence and maintaining relations with Germany. But from the British and Soviet perspective, German presence in Iran, along with broader strategic concerns, made the situation intolerable. In August 1941, Allied forces entered Iran from multiple directions. Iranian resistance was limited and quickly overcome. The army that had been built to symbolize restored national strength could not realistically stand against the combined pressure of powerful invading states in the middle of a global war. A quirky historical tidbit is that the Allied occupation later turned Iran into what was often called the Persian Corridor, a crucial supply route through which massive quantities of war material were sent to the Soviet Union. It is one of those moments when a country becomes essential to world history and humiliated by it at exactly the same time. Iran was suddenly central, but not on its own terms. You move along a railway platform as occupation settles in. Freight cars clatter, boots strike planks. Orders are barked in unfamiliar accents. The smell of coal smoke and machine oil fills the air. Soldiers move through stations that only recently had stood as proud symbols of Iranian modernization. Now those same lines are serving foreign strategic needs. The irony is hard to miss. Reza Shah had built infrastructure to strengthen the nation. War turned that infrastructure into a channel for occupation and Allied logistics. Some historians suggest that the occupation proved the fundamental weakness of Reza Shah's project, showing that centralized modernization had created an impressive facade without true strategic independence. Others argue that no Iranian government of the time could realistically have resisted the Allied powers under those conditions, and that the invasion says more about global war than about purely domestic failure. That is a fair debate. Iran was not weak because it failed to defeat Britain and the Soviet Union simultaneously. Few states could have done that, but the political effect inside Iran was still severe. The regime's claim to national protection had been broken. You walk through a neighborhood where people gather outside shops in uneasy clusters. The smell of bread still drifts from ovens, but now it is mixed with the sharper scent of fuel and the nervous energy of disrupted supply. Housewives worry about prices, merchants worry about transport, clerks worry about authority, parents worry about sons in uniform. Occupation is not experienced only in diplomacy. It arrives in queues, shortages, foreign vehicles, and the quiet embarrassment of seeing your own state pushed aside in its own capital. Reza Shah's abdication soon followed. Under Allied pressure, he stepped down in favour of his son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The transition happened quickly, but its meaning was enormous. A ruler who had concentrated power so intensely now left the stage under foreign compulsion. The monarchy survived, but in altered form. The new Shah inherited the throne in a country occupied by outsiders with political authority unsettled and old social forces beginning to reawaken. Scholars remain divided on how much agency Mohammad Reza Shah possessed in these first years, and how far he was initially shaped by the circumstances of his accession. Some portray him as cautious, inexperienced, and constrained by the occupation and by stronger domestic actors. Others see the early seeds of the political ambition he would later develop more fully. At this stage, though, what you feel most clearly is uncertainty. The father had ruled with iron certainty. The son arrives under the shadow of foreign tanks and imperial calculations. You continue through the capital as autumn cools the evenings. The city is quieter now, but not calmer. Political space is opening in strange ways. With Reza Shah gone, some of the repression of earlier years loosens. Newspapers gain more freedom. Parties and factions begin to stir. Clerics, intellectuals, nationalists, leftists, court figures and foreign actors all sense that the old rigidity has cracked. Occupation weakens sovereignty, yes, but it also loosens the old authoritarian grip. Iran is entering a more open but also more unstable political period. Researchers continue to question whether the Allied occupation should be remembered chiefly as national humiliation or also as a turning point that reopened political life and created the conditions for later struggles over oil, parliament and sovereignty. Once again, the answer is both. It was humiliating. It also changed the political environment in ways that mattered deeply. Without the weakening of the old order in the 1940s, later nationalist movements might not have found the same room to grow. You stop near a government building at dusk. The last light lingers on stone walls. A foreign military truck passes, then another. The sound echoes off the street and fades. Nearby, a young official carries documents under his arm and glances upward with the wary expression of someone serving a state that still exists, yet does not fully command its own space. That feeling more than any speech captures the mood of the time. Iran remains a nation with deep history and strong identity, but sovereignty feels conditional, watched and incomplete. And so you move on into the reign of the young Mohammad Reza Shah, understanding that his rule begins not with triumph but with occupation. The old monarch has been removed. Foreign powers still shape events inside the country. The memory of humiliation has deepened once more. Yet within this uneasy setting, new political forces are stirring. Nationalism will sharpen. Oil will become more explosive than ever. And the next great confrontation between Iran and foreign influence is already beginning to gather in the dark. You move onward through the uneasy dusk of occupation, and the streets of Tehran seem to hold two moods at once. On the surface, life continues. Shops open, bread is baked, newspapers are unfolded over tea, government offices still stamp papers with solemn seriousness as though paper alone might restore dignity. But underneath all that routine, something sharper is forming. The old wound of foreign influence, already deep from concessions, occupation and unequal treaties, is now narrowing around one blazing point. Oil. Not just as fuel, not just as wealth, but as a question of honour. A mainstream historical fact is that in the late 1940s and early 1950s, the issue of who controlled Iranian oil became the central political struggle in the country, culminating in the nationalisation of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company under Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1951. This moment mattered because oil had come to symbolise everything that seemed wrong in Iran's relationship with stronger powers. Foreign control, unequal profit, humiliation disguised as contract. A modern resource that should have strengthened the nation, but instead seemed to prove how vulnerable the nation still was. Before Mossadegh himself comes fully into view, it helps to understand why the oil issue felt so explosive by this point. The Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, built on the earlier concessionary system, operated on terms that many Iranians regarded as deeply unfair. Britain benefited enormously. The company became a pillar of British strategic power and economic interest. Yet many in Iran believe their country received too little revenue, too little control and far too much condescension. Oil workers saw inequality directly. Nationalists saw foreign domination. Politicians saw a test of sovereignty. Ordinary citizens saw another chapter in the same old story. Iran owned the treasure, Others seem to own the key. You travel south in your imagination to Abadan, where the refinery rises from the hot landscape like an industrial city unto itself. The air is thick with heat, fuel, salt and machine smoke. Pipes run in long lines. Tanks loom against the horizon. Workers move through the complex under a punishing sun, their clothes carrying the smell of oil and sweat by the end of the day. Nearby, the differences in living conditions are hard to miss. Foreign staff may enjoy better housing and services, while many Iranian workers live under harsher conditions. This contrast matters. National resentment is rarely built from abstract statistics alone. It grows stronger when inequality can be seen from across the road. A quirky historical tidbit is that Abadan became one of the largest oil refining centres in the world, making it not only a symbol of industrial modernity, but also a daily visual reminder to many Iranians that their national resource was being processed at enormous scale under foreign corporate power. It must have been a strange feeling to live beside one of the great engines of modern energy and still feel that your own country stood outside the driver's seat. You walk through a workers' district in the evening. The heat is finally lifting a little. Kerosene lamps glow. Men return from long shifts and sit on low stools, tearing bread, drinking tea, wiping grime from their hands. Children move through lanes where the air still carries a chemical edge from the refinery. Conversations drift from wages to politics with very little transition. That is another clue that something larger is changing. When questions of national sovereignty start appearing naturally beside questions of food and pay, politics is no longer confined to parliament. Mohammad Mossadegh emerged in this atmosphere as a powerful nationalist figure. He was aristocratic by the background, educated, deeply committed to constitutional politics, and increasingly identified with the demand that Iran regain control over its oil. He did not present himself as a revolutionary in the later sense. He spoke the language of legality, parliament sovereignty, and national rights. That made him especially potent. He was not asking Iran to leap into ideological chaos. He was asking that the country be allowed to behave like a dignified sovereign state. Some historians suggest that Mossadegh's great strength was his ability to unite different strands of Iranian political feeling: constitutionalism, anti-imperial nationalism, parliamentary legitimacy, and public frustration with foreign privilege. Others argue that the coalition around him was always more unstable than it appeared, containing nationalists, clerics, workers, and political factions whose goals overlapped only partially. Both readings are helpful. His movement was powerful, but power built from shared anger can still contain very different futures. You enter the Majlis chamber during the great oil debates. The room feels tense, warm, and crowded with history. Papers rustle. Voices rise. Men lean forward as speeches strike nerves already stretched thin. The smell of wool, ink, tobacco, and human tension hangs in the air. Nationalization is no longer just an idea. It is becoming a demand that touches the deepest nerve of modern Iranian politics. If the parliament cannot defend the nation's claim over its own resources, what is parliament for? If independence cannot extend to oil, what does independence mean? In 1951, the Majlis approved oil nationalization and Mossadegh soon became prime minister. The decision electrified the country. For many Iranians, it felt like a long-delayed act of dignity. At last, the nation would reclaim control over its most important resource. At last, one of the clearest symbols of foreign domination would be reversed. It is difficult to overstate how emotionally important this moment was. Oil was not merely a budget line. It was the measure of whether Iran could stand upright in the modern world. Scholars remain divided on whether oil nationalization was economically viable under the intense international pressure Iran was certain to face, or whether Mossadegh and his supporters were driven by principle in a way that underestimated the practical consequences. But even those who question the economic strategy usually recognize the political force behind it. Nationalization was not irrational passion. It was a response to decades of unequal arrangements that had made moderation feel humiliating. Britain, unsurprisingly, did not accept the loss calmly. The British government imposed sanctions, organised a boycott of Iranian oil, and pursued diplomatic, legal and covert means to reverse the decision. Abadan became a site not just of production, but of confrontation. The British evacuated staff, global markets reacted, and Iran entered a painful standoff. The very act meant to restore sovereignty now triggered a crisis that tested the country's economy and political cohesion. You move through Tehran again as this struggle intensifies. The city feels politically alive in a way that is both exciting and exhausting. Crowds gather, newspapers argue, portraits of Mossadegh appear. Taxi drivers, merchants, students, clerics, civil servants and workers all seem to have an opinion. The air smells of dust, tea, cigarette smoke and rain on stone after a brief shower. Even the quietest streets carry the sensation that history is leaning forward. Yet beneath the excitement lies strain. Sanctions bite, revenue falls, political alliances fray, foreign pressure grows harsher. Researchers continue to question whether Mossadegh's movement might have stabilised had Britain accepted a compromise earlier, or whether the structure of Cold War politics and imperial interest made confrontation nearly unavoidable. That uncertainty lingers because the tragedy of the moment lies partly in how plausible dignity felt and how costly it became to pursue. Iran was demanding something basic: control over its own oil in a world not inclined to let weaker states claim basic things without consequence. As night settles over the capital, the lamps glow behind shutters, and voices still murmur in tea houses long after dinner. Somewhere a student copies a speech, somewhere a merchant calculates losses but still supports nationalisation. Somewhere a royal court observer watches events with growing alarm. Somewhere in a foreign embassy officials discuss Iran not as a proud society reclaiming itself, but as a problem to be managed. And that is where you now stand in the charged stillness before the next great break. Iran has tried once more to answer humiliation with law, parliament and national will. The demand is simple enough to fit into a single sentence. Our oil should belong to us, yet in the modern world simple sentences can terrify empires. And soon, under the summer heat of 1953, that fear will help bring the next storm down upon Iran. You continue onward through the charged stillness of Tehran, and the city now feels as though it is holding its breath. The oil struggle has moved beyond debate and into endurance. The excitement that once surrounded nationalisation still lingers, but it is mixed now with fatigue shortages, suspicion, and the creeping awareness that foreign powers do not usually surrender strategic interests just because a parliament voted with dignity. The streets are full of ordinary life, of course. Bakers still rise before dawn, shopkeepers still lift their shutters, buses still rattle past government buildings, but under all of it lies a sharper current. Iran has challenged an empire, and the empire has not forgotten. A mainstream historical fact is that in August 1953, Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh was overthrown in a coup after a period of mounting crisis, with British and American intelligence playing significant roles in the effort to remove him and restore the Shah's authority more firmly. This event became one of the central traumas of modern Iranian political memory. It mattered not only because a leader fell, but because it confirmed for many Iranians that foreign powers would intervene directly when national sovereignty threatened their interests. Before the coup itself, you need to feel the pressure building in slower motion. After oil nationalisation, Britain imposed severe economic pressure and sought to isolate Iran internationally. The boycott of Iranian oil hurt badly. Revenues fell. Political divisions deepened. Mossadegh remained popular with many, but governing under siege is never simple. His coalition frayed. Some clerics grew uneasy. Conservative elites worried about disorder. The Shah hesitated, watched and manoeuvred. And above all of this hung the wider Cold War, which gave foreign governments a fresh vocabulary for old anxieties. Nationalism could now be recast as instability. Instability could be linked to communism. And once that link was whispered often enough, intervention began to look respectable in certain embassy rooms. You walk through Tehran in the summer heat of 1953. The air is dry, dusty, and already hot by mid-morning. Ceiling fans stir heavy office air without improving it much. Newspapers pass quickly from hand to hand their pages, smelling faintly of ink and sweat. In tea houses, men argue over politics in voices that shift between excitement and exhaustion. Street vendors call out their goods while keeping one ear turned toward rumour. The city is alive but not calm. You can feel how tightly wound everything has become. A government trying to defend national control over oil. A monarchy uncertain of its role. Foreign embassies calculating. Political groups sensing opportunity. Crowds that can gather quickly and turn a street into a battleground of slogans. A quirky historical tidbit is that the original royal decree dismissing Mossadegh and appointing General Fadlallah Zahedi was part of a plan that initially faltered, leading the Shah himself to flee Iran briefly, before events swung back in favour of the coup plotters. This is worth pausing over because it reminds you that coups later remembered as decisive and inevitable often feel confused and fragile while they are happening. History likes to tidy things up afterward. Reality in the moment is usually messier and much sweatier. Some historians suggest that Mossadegh's greatest vulnerability by 1953 was not only foreign pressure, but the erosion of his domestic coalition, especially as economic hardship deepened and relations with other political actors deteriorated. Others argue that no domestic weakness should distract from the decisive importance of British and American covert action propaganda, political coordination and money in shaping the outcome. Both views matter. Internal fragmentation created openings. Foreign intervention pushed hard through them. You move past the Majlis building and into neighbourhoods where politics feels less formal and more immediate. Pamphlets circulate. Men gather in clusters under patches of shade. A shopkeeper wipes his brow and mutters that prices keep rising while speeches keep multiplying. A student insists the nation must resist foreign domination no matter the cost. An older man, more tired than cynical, replies that noble principles are difficult to eat for supper. These are not trivial exchanges. They reveal how national crises settle into daily life. Great political struggles are sustained or weakened in conversations beside samovars and shop counters. By this stage, the British had already concluded that Mossadegh had to go, but Britain alone, after the rupture in relations, had limited room to act openly. The United States became increasingly important. At first, some American officials had seen Mossadegh with more sympathy than the British did, viewing him as a nationalist rather than a straightforward radical threat. But Cold War fears grew especially concerning the possibility that prolonged instability might benefit the Communist Tudor Party or bring Iran closer to Soviet influence. That fear, whether exaggerated or sincere or both, became a major justification for involvement. Scholars remain divided on exactly how imminent a communist takeover in Iran really was in 1953. Some argue that the American policymakers overstated the danger and allowed Cold War logic to distort their judgment. Others maintain that the political instability was serious enough to make Washington genuinely anxious. But even if one grants the anxiety, the result remains the same. A democratically significant nationalist government was treated less as an expression of Iranian sovereignty and more as a problem within a global strategic game. You stand near a busy square as the crisis reaches its peak. The heat presses down on stone and skin alike. The smell of dust, petrol fumes, cigarette smoke and human bodies thickens in the afternoon air. Crowds scatter, then gather again. Some are politically committed. Some are mobilized more deliberately. Some are simply swept into the movement of the moment. Trucks rumble past. Voices rise. A portrait is lifted then torn. Someone shouts for Mossadegh. Someone else shouts for the Shah. This is what the collapse of political order sounds like at street level. Not a single dramatic note, but layers of noise, confusion, ambition, fear and opportunism. Operation Ajax, as the American and British-backed coup effort is often known, involved covert coordination, propaganda, political influence, and support for forces willing to move against Mossadegh. After early confusion, momentum shifted. Demonstrations and organised action helped destabilise the situation further. Military units and the political actors aligned against Mossadegh. His house was attacked. His government fell. The Shah returned. And with that return, the monarchy emerged in a far stronger position than before. Researchers continue to question how much of the decisive force came from foreign planning versus Iranian actors pursuing their own goals within the coup. That is an important question because Iranians were not mere props in their own history. Royalists, officers, clerics, street organisers, and political rivals all had agency. Yet acknowledging that agency does not erase foreign responsibility. The coup became possible through an interaction between domestic conflict and outside intervention, and it is precisely that combination that left such a lasting scar. You walk through the city after the coup has succeeded. The light is softer now, the late afternoon sun dropping behind walls and rooftops, but the mood is not peaceful. Soldiers stand at intersections. Windows remain half open as families listen for the next turn of events. The smell of dust has been stirred up by too many boots and vehicles. People speak more carefully now. Some are relieved, some are frightened. Some are bitter in a quieter, deeper way. A government that claimed national dignity has been broken. A monarch who had seemed uncertain has returned under the shadow of foreign support. The lesson is unmistakable, and that lesson will endure for decades. For many Iranians, 1953 proved that the United States, which had not previously carried the same emotional burden as Britain, was willing to join the old imperial pattern when its interests aligned with Britain's and with Cold War strategy. The wound was not only political, it was moral. A constitutional nationalist movement had tried to use law, parliament and public legitimacy to reclaim national control. It was answered with covert pressure and regime change. By nightfall, Tehran feels strangely subdued. The city is still full, still warm, still alive, but something has shifted in its memory. Somewhere a radio murmurs official news. Somewhere a supporter of Mossadegh sits in silence staring at the floor. Somewhere a royalist speaks of restored order. Somewhere in a foreign office men congratulate themselves on stability. But here in the longer rhythm of Iranian history, another truth is settling in. Foreign powers can smile, negotiate, praise moderation, and still intervene when the stakes become too high. And so you move onward into the next chapter, with the taste of summer dust still in the air. The coup has ended one struggle, but only on the surface. Beneath it, mistrust has deepened. Britain remains resented. The United States now enters Iranian memory in a darker form. And the Shah, restored and strengthened, is about to build a partnership with Washington that will seem durable for years, even as the resentment of 1953 continues to smoulder beneath the polished floors of the modern state. You continue onward through the subdued streets of post-coup Tehran, and the city feels quieter in a way that is more political than peaceful. The crowds have thinned, the slogans have faded from the walls, the newspapers still print, the ministries still function, the bazaars still open each morning with bread, tea, tobacco, cloth and low argument. Yet the atmosphere has changed. The state now seems firmer, more guarded, more determined to prevent surprise. And standing behind that firmer state, increasingly visible even when not directly present, is the United States. A mainstream historical fact is that after the 1953 coup, Mohammad Reza Shah gradually consolidated his authority and deepened Iran's alliance with the United States, especially through military cooperation, economic aid, intelligence support, and Cold War strategic partnership. This relationship would become one of the defining features of Iranian politics in the decades before the 1979 revolution. To Washington, Iran was a valuable ally on the Soviet frontier, a source of regional stability, and an important oil-producing state. To the Shah, the United States offered weapons training, investment, diplomatic backing, and the kind of international support that could strengthen both the monarchy and the modern state. To many Iranians, however, this partnership carried a more uneasy meaning. It looked like security from above and dependency from below. You walk through Tehran in the late 1950s and the city is changing again. The air smells of petrol dust, cigarettes, fresh bread, and damp concrete from new construction. Wider avenues carry more cars than before. Foreign advisors pass through ministries. Officers in crisp uniforms move in and out of government compounds. Radios murmur news from abroad. A new middle class, or at least the early outlines of one, is becoming more visible in offices, universities, and technical professions. The capital feels more modern, more connected, and more alert to the wider world. It also feels watched. That feeling matters because the restoration of the Shah did not simply return Iran to an older monarchy. It accelerated a more centralized, security-heavy American-backed version of rule. The Shah had learned from the instability of the early 1950s. He no longer wanted to appear as a hesitant constitutional monarch, caught between parties, parliament, clerics, and street pressure. He wanted a stronger throne, a more obedient political system, and a state capable of managing dissent before it became dangerous. The United States, for its part, saw advantage in supporting a ruler who promised anti-communist stability in a region full of strategic anxieties. A quirky historical tidbit is that one symbol of the early post-coup American-Iranian relationship was the growing presence of technical advisors, military trainers and development experts who often appeared not as conquerors but as modernizers carrying reports, blueprints, and policy language rather than flags. This is one of the more subtle ways influence works. It does not always arrive in a tank. Sometimes it arrives in a suit with a folder and a very confident opinion about administrative reform. You enter a military training ground on the outskirts of the city. The morning air is dry and cool, and the smell of oil, canvas, metal, and sun warming the earth begins to rise as soldiers assemble. American equipment becomes more visible in Iranian arsenals. Training doctrines shift. The army grows more sophisticated in some respects, better armed and more integrated into a strategic alliance structure shaped by Cold War priorities. Iran joins arrangements such as the Baghdad Pact, later CENTO, meant to contain Soviet influence. On paper, this places Iran among the responsible guardians of regional order. In practice, it ties the country more deeply to Western security designs. Some historians suggest that the Shah's alliance with the United States was a rational response to Iran's precarious location beside the Soviet Union and to the memory of earlier British and Russian interference. Others argue that the relationship went far beyond necessary balancing and became politically corrosive because it insulated the monarchy from domestic accountability. Both views carry truth. Iran did live in a dangerous neighborhood, but foreign backing can make a ruler feel safer from his own society than is ultimately wise. You continue into a ministry building where the day has already begun in earnest. Clerks sort papers, telephones ring, typewriters clack. The air smells of ink, cigarettes, sweat, and hot tea. On the walls hang portraits of the Shah, and in the meeting rooms, officials talk about development, modernization, defense, and growth. These are not empty fantasies to them. Post-coup Iran did experience significant development in infrastructure, education, public administration, and military capacity. Yet the deeper political question never disappears. Development for whom and under whose authority? The Shah increasingly presented himself as the architect of a modern, progressive, independent Iran, but the memory of 1953 lingered. Many educated Iranians, nationalists, leftists, and religious figures could not forget that the monarchy's restored strength had come through foreign-backed intervention. This meant that even genuine modernization efforts were shadowed by suspicion. A new road could also feel like a road built under a compromised sovereignty. A stronger army could look like a national institution, or like a regime shield depending on where you stood. Scholars remain divided on how much genuine popular support the Shah enjoyed in the early years after the coup. There were certainly constituencies that valued order, economic development, anti-communist stability, and closer ties with a wealthy superpower. But there were also many who felt that the political cost was too high, especially as repression deepened and parliamentary life hollowed out. Support was real, but so was resentment. The tragedy of the coming decades is that the regime often treated those two facts as if only the first one mattered. You pass through a university district in the afternoon. Students gather under trees and in hallways, speaking in voices that alternate between irony and urgency. The smell of paper dust, cheap tobacco, and cafeteria food hangs in the air. Here, the American alliance means something more complex than military hardware. It means exposure to new ideas, sciences, technologies, and cultural influences. It also means sharper awareness of hypocrisy. Young Iranians can admire aspects of American modernity while resenting American power in Iran. That split feeling will become increasingly important. Anti-Americanism in Iran did not grow from isolation. It often grew from proximity. The intelligence dimension of the partnership also deepens. Over time, the Shah's state strengthens its security apparatus, most famously through SAVAK, the intelligence and internal security organization established in 1957 with help from American and Israeli intelligence services. The purpose was regime protection, surveillance, and the suppression of opposition. You do not need to linger on graphic details to feel its effect. It is enough to notice how conversations become careful, how journalists weigh each sentence, how students glance over their shoulders, how political life grows quieter in public and more bitter in private. A quirky historical tidbit is that in many authoritarian modernizing states, fear leaves surprisingly mundane traces. A lowered voice in a living room, a hesitation before naming someone, a joke abandoned halfway through. Iran, under the later Pahlavi system, developed plenty of grand monuments and military displays, but some of its most revealing sounds were the sounds people decided not to make. You move through an evening, gathering in a middle-class home. The room is warmly lit. Tea glasses shine on a tray. The smell of rice herbs and cigarette smoke fills the air. A civil servant praises the Shah's reforms and says the Americans at least bring serious planning. A teacher replies that planning is not the same as dignity. A cousin more cautious warns everyone to lower their voices. No one fully agrees, but no one fully trusts the arrangement either. That atmosphere of partial support mixed with deep unease will define much of the era. Researchers continue to question whether the Shah might have built a more durable system if he had allowed meaningful political participation alongside modernization and alliance with the United States. It is a difficult question, but an important one. By narrowing political space while widening state ambition, the monarchy helped ensure that opposition would grow more radical, not less. A system that could have evolved instead hardened. By late night, Tehran glows with electric light and official confidence. Cars move along broader roads. Barracks stand orderly in the dark. Government buildings hum faintly even after sunset. Somewhere in an embassy, American officials discuss Iran as a pillar of regional stability. Somewhere in the royal court, that description is welcomed as proof of success. But somewhere else in student rooms, clerical circles, nationalist homes, and quiet corners of the bazaar, another interpretation is taking root. Iran is becoming stronger, yes, but under a monarchy increasingly tied to Washington, defended by security institutions, and still haunted by the memory of a stolen sovereignty. And so you continue onward into the next stage of the alliance, carrying with you the uneasy truth of these years. The Shah and America grow close in the name of order, progress, and strategy. For a time, the partnership looks powerful, even natural. Yet beneath the polished surface lies a question that will not sleep. Is Iran being modernized as a sovereign nation or stabilized as someone else's indispensable ally? In that question, the future is already beginning to stir. You continue onward through the bright official confidence of the post-coup years And soon another layer of Iran's foreign relationships comes into clearer view. The alliance with the United States is becoming stronger, more visible and more structured. But alongside it, and in quieter ways, there is also a relationship with Israel. It is not the kind of open public friendship that later governments might celebrate with flags and state visits. It is more discreet than that, more strategic, more cautious almost, as if everyone involved knows the arrangement is useful, but not entirely comfortable to display in the full light of day. A mainstream historical fact is that before the 1979 Iranian Revolution, Iran and Israel maintained significant unofficial ties, especially in security intelligence trade and strategic coordination, even though Iran did not develop the kind of open formal relationship that would have made the partnership entirely visible to the broader public. This matters because it is one of the great reversals in the long story. Modern Iran today is one of Israel's fiercest regional adversaries. Yet under the Shah, the two states found important reasons to cooperate. That cooperation was not built on cultural warmth or shared historical memory. It was built on calculation. Before you step into that world, it helps to understand the regional background. In the decades after the creation of Israel in 1948, the Middle East was already becoming a landscape of ideological rivalry, Arab nationalism, Cold War maneuvering coups, wars and anxious regimes trying to survive. Iran under the Shah was not an Arab state, and that distinction mattered greatly. It did not define itself through Arab nationalism, and in some cases it was wary of movements led by Arab powers, especially radical republican ones such as Nasser's Egypt. Israel, meanwhile, also felt threatened by hostile Arab neighbours and sought relationships on the region's non-Arab periphery. Out of this shared logic came what later analysts would sometimes call the periphery strategy. You walk through Tehran in the 1960s on a cool evening. The city feels more modern than before, busier, faster, a little louder. Cars pass under electric light. Office windows glow late into the night. The air smells of petrol, cigarettes, dust, hot metal, and food rising from restaurant kitchens. Somewhere in the city, diplomats attend a reception with careful smiles. Somewhere else, intelligence officers discuss regional threats over maps and typed reports. The official public language of the state emphasizes Iran's strength, modernization, and leadership. But beneath that public voice, strategic relationships are being managed with a good deal of quiet discretion. The logic behind cooperation with Israel was fairly straightforward from the Shah's point of view. Both states were aligned with the United States. Both were suspicious of Soviet influence. Both were wary of hostile Arab nationalist regimes that challenged the regional status quo. Both valued intelligence sharing and practical security coordination. And in a region where symbolism often ran hotter than strategy, quiet cooperation could sometimes achieve what loud declarations could not. A quirky historical tidbit is that although Iran did not fully and publicly normalize relations with Israel in the way some later governments elsewhere might do, commercial and unofficial links were substantial enough that Israeli representatives and Iranian officials could work together in ways that were widely understood in informed circles, even if not always emphasized to the public. It was one of those relationships that live partly in the open and partly behind curtains. Not secret exactly, but certainly not advertised on billboards. You enter a government office late at night, where maps of the region are spread across a large table. The room smells of paper stale cigarette smoke, strong tea, and the faint ozone scent of electrical equipment that has been running too long. Men in suits and uniforms speak in low tones about Iraq, Soviet influence, Arab politics, oil routes, and border concerns. Israel appears in these discussions not as a moral symbol, which is how the issue would later be framed by revolutionary Iran, but as a strategic partner with useful capabilities. Intelligence, agricultural expertise, trade, and military cooperation all matter. This is geopolitics in its most practical clothing, Not romantic, not ideological, just cold calculation with polished shoes. Some historians suggest that the Iran-Israel relationship under the Shah was stronger and more substantial than many people realized at the time, especially through intelligence, cooperation, and shared concern over common adversaries. Others argue that the relationship, while important, remained limited by political caution, regional sensitivities, and Iran's need to avoid openly alienating Arab states. Both perspectives are useful. The partnership was real, but it operated within careful limits. Iran wanted the benefits without the full public cost. You move southward in your imagination toward oil and trade connections. The smell of salt air mixes with fuel near ports and industrial facilities. Tankers sit heavy in the water. Contracts are discussed in offices, where the curtains keep out the worst afternoon heat. Trade between Iran and Israel, particularly involving oil, became part of this quiet strategic relationship. Iran was a major energy producer. Israel had strong incentives to secure access where possible. Practical exchange could travel more smoothly than public rhetoric suggested. Scholars remain divided on how much ordinary Iranians knew or cared about these ties during the height of the Pahlavi period. For many citizens, daily concerns such as inflation, education, housing, employment, censorship, and state authority mattered more immediately than the details of regional strategic partnerships. Yet among politically aware groups, especially Islamists, leftists, and some nationalists, the relationship with Israel could be interpreted very differently. To the regime, it was sensible statecraft. To critics, it was one more sign that the monarchy served foreign-aligned priorities rather than a morally independent Iranian vision. You walk through a university campus in the late afternoon. Students stand in clusters beneath trees, arguing in a mixture of intellectual seriousness and youthful exaggeration, which is a timeless academic tradition. The air smells of paper dust, tobacco, and cafeteria stew. One student talks about imperialism and Palestine. Another speaks of the Shah as a client of Washington. A third insists that regional realities are more complicated than slogans. No one fully agrees, but the fact that the argument exists at all tells you something important. Israel is beginning to acquire symbolic meaning inside Iranian opposition politics, even before the revolution turns that symbolism into doctrine. For the Shah and his circle, however, symbolism remained secondary to region order. Iran was trying to present itself as a major non-Arab power in the Gulf and wider Middle East. It valued intelligence ties with Israel, cooperation with the United States, and a broader strategy of balancing hostile neighbors and ideological threats. From that standpoint, the relationship made sense. States often make choices based not on sentiment but on perceived necessity. And necessity has a habit of looking reasonable in briefing rooms and far less reasonable in protest literature. A quirky historical tidbit is that intelligence cooperation in the era often created strange regional triangles with actors who publicly spoke in one tone and privately collaborated in another. The modern Middle East has always had a talent for this. Public rhetoric may thunder. Quiet strategic meetings may still proceed on schedule. You continue through Tehran by evening as the city glows with official composure. Restaurants fill with soft conversation. Government compounds remain lit. Foreign visitors come and go. The smell of grilled meat engine fumes and warm concrete hangs in the air. On the surface, this is a stable allied state at the center of an American-led regional arrangement. Iran works with Washington. Iran quietly coordinates with Israel. Iran buys arms shares, intelligence, and sees itself as a pillar of order. It all looks durable. Researchers continue to question whether the Shah's regional strategy was genuinely far-sighted, or whether it became too dependent on external alignments and too detached from the political emotions growing inside Iranian society. That question matters because strategic logic is not enough if a regime loses moral legitimacy at home. A ruler can explain that an alliance is useful. He cannot always persuade a restless population that usefulness is the same thing as justice. And that is where the deeper tension begins to gather. The relationship with Israel is strategically rational from the standpoint of the monarchy, but for many future revolutionaries it will later symbolize everything they despise about the Shah's Iran dependence on American power: cold disregard for popular sentiment, hostility to emerging Islamist politics, and alignment with a regional order they regard as corrupt and illegitimate. So you continue onward into the warm Tehran night, understanding that this quiet alignment with Israel is not a side note, it is part of the larger architecture of the Shah's state. It links Iran more tightly to the American camp. It strengthens a certain model of regional strategy. And it also plants one more reason for later revolutionaries to believe that the monarchy has drifted too far from the moral and political instincts of the society beneath it. You continue onward through the warm Tehran night, and for a while the city almost succeeds in convincing you that the future has already arrived and decided to stay. The streets are brighter than before. Government buildings stand with stern confidence. New highways, universities, military installations, factories and apartment blocks suggest movement, progress, ambition. The monarchy appears strong. Foreign allies appear committed. Oil wealth appears abundant. Yet beneath the polished surface, another Iran is gathering itself quieter at first, then more restless, then harder to ignore. Because prosperity, when unevenly distributed and politically managed from above, can create not only pride but alienation. A mainstream historical fact is that during the 1960s and 1970s, especially after the Shah's White Revolution and the oil boom of the 1970s, Iran experienced major economic growth, social change, urban expansion and state modernization, but also rising inequality, political repression, cultural dislocation, and widespread dissatisfaction with the monarchy. This is one of the central paradoxes of the late Pahlavi era. Iran was becoming richer, more educated, more industrialized, and more strategically important. It was also becoming angrier. Before you step fully into that mood, it helps to understand the White Revolution. Announced in the early 1960s, it was the Shah's reform program, including land reform, expansion of education, infrastructure literacy campaigns, and measures aimed at social transformation. On paper, many of these reforms sounded modern and beneficial. Some genuinely were. More children gained schooling. Certain rural structures changed. Women's legal and political participation expanded in important ways. The state projected energy movement and reformist purpose. But reform from above has a habit of creating winners and losers in uneven measure, especially when it arrives with propaganda coercion and no real political outlet for disagreement. You walk through Tehran in the early evening of the 1970s. The air smells of petrol-hot concrete, cigarette smoke, grilled meat, and the faint sweetness of perfume drifting from shop entrances. Traffic is heavier now, the city louder, the neon more visible. Western fashions appear in wealthier districts. Imported goods fill display windows. Construction cranes stand against the fading sky. Men in suits hurry from offices. Students gather in cafes. Military officers move through the capital with self-assured posture. If you only looked quickly, you might say the Shah had succeeded. Iran looks modern. Iran looks strong. Iran looks expensive. A quirky historical tidbit is that during the oil boom, the sudden flood of money into Iran helped create a pace of development so rapid that even officials sometimes struggle to manage it coherently with ambitious plans. Imported expertise, consumerism, and grand state projects advancing faster than the institutions needed to absorb them smoothly. It was modernity with the throttle pushed hard down. Very impressive in photographs. Much less stable in the nerves of a society trying to keep up. Oil money transformed the scale of the state. After the 1973 oil price boom, Iran's revenues surged. The Shah dreamed bigger. Military purchases expanded dramatically. Development projects multiplied. Urban growth accelerated. Iran presented itself as a rising regional power, perhaps even a future great power. Washington admired the Shah's anti-communist reliability. Western firms saw opportunity. The regime's confidence grew accordingly. But when states grow rich quickly, they often mistake money for legitimacy, and the two are not the same thing. Some historians suggest that the late Pahlavi state's greatest mistake was believing that economic growth and modernization would naturally compensate for the absence of political freedom. Others argue that the deeper problem was the sheer speed of change, which disoriented traditional society, widened expectations, and made every remaining injustice feel sharper. Again, both interpretations help. The oppression mattered. So did rapid transformation. People do not become politically calm simply because the skyline has improved. You move from a prosperous northern district into a more crowded neighborhood where the textures of life feel different. The streets are narrower. The buildings are less polished. The smell of dust, sewage, frying onions, kerosene, and damp concrete hangs more heavily in the evening air. Families crowd into apartments built too fast for grace. New migrants from rural areas struggle to adjust to urban life. Expectations rise faster than security. You hear televisions through open windows along with arguments, laughter, the clatter of dishes, the crying of a child who does not care about oil revenues at all. This is where modernization becomes social strain. Villages empty, cities swell. Old hierarchies break unevenly. New classes emerge without always feeling rooted. Land reform had weakened some traditional rural structures, but it did not produce a stable rural paradise. Many villagers received too little land to thrive or were pushed into new insecurity. Some moved to cities where they became part of a fast-growing urban population. There they encountered not only opportunity, but anonymity, inequality, and the moral disorientation of rapid change. At the same time, educated urban groups found themselves increasingly frustrated by censorship, lack of meaningful political participation, and the dominance of the monarchy over public life. Different groups felt different grievances, but the grievances began to overlap. Scholars remained divided on which social group was most decisive in turning late Pahlavi dissatisfaction into revolutionary momentum. Urban migrants, traditional bazaar networks, clerical circles, students, intellectuals, or the broader middle classes. The truth, as usual, is that revolutions rarely belong to one group alone. They succeed when different forms of resentment start recognizing one another in the dark. You step into a university corridor at dusk. The smell of books, chalk, cheap tobacco, and cafeteria tea lingers in the air. Students lean against walls in an animated conversation. One speaks bitterly about censorship. Another mocks official propaganda. A third, quieter and more serious, says the regime has mistaken obedience for loyalty. Nearby, a poster disappears as quickly as it appeared. The atmosphere is charged, but not yet explosive. Still, you can feel how education has produced not only skilled professionals, but critics. The state built universities. Universities helped produce opponents. Then there is SAVAK, the intelligence and security apparatus whose presence shapes the emotional climate of the era. You do not need public spectacle to feel repression. It is present in the lowered voice, the careful phrasing, the glance at the door before speaking plainly. Journalists understand it. Clerics understand it. Leftists understand it. Families understand it. Even people who support the Shah's development agenda often understand that the political space beneath it is narrow and monitored. A quirky historical tidbit is that authoritarian atmospheres often become most visible in ordinary hospitality. A guest arrives, tea is poured, and before the conversation turns political, someone says almost automatically, "Be careful." That sentence can tell you more about a regime than half its official speeches. You continue into a mosque courtyard after nightfall. The stone has cooled. The air smells of dust, wool, old wood, the faint trace of incense. Men sit in small groups, speaking softly. Here the mood differs from the university, but the dissatisfaction is no less real. Many clerics resent the Shah's secularizing arrogance, his closeness to the United States, his relationship with Israel, and his effort to marginalize religious authority. Yet the power of religious opposition lies not only in doctrine, it lies in network memory, ritual, and moral language. Shia themes of injustice, corruption, tyranny, and righteous suffering remain potent. They can reach people whom secular intellectuals cannot. Researchers continue to question whether the Shah might have stabilized his rule through controlled liberalization earlier, especially if he had allowed stronger parties tolerated criticism and reduced the visible arrogance of the court. Perhaps, but by the 1970s the monarchy increasingly projected certainty rather than humility. Oil wealth strengthened that habit. The royal state did not merely govern, it performed success, and the more it performed success, the more infuriating its blind spots became. You think about the symbolism of luxury in a country moving so quickly, grand celebrations of monarchy, imported military hardware, elegant receptions, elite lifestyles increasingly visible in contrast to overcrowded neighborhoods and politically silenced campuses. Even those who benefited from growth could feel something hollow in the official story. A nation with rising wealth and shrinking political dignity is not a settled nation. It is a nation storing pressure. By late night, Tehran glows with contradictory light. Neon signs flicker. Palace windows shine. Student dormitories remain awake. Bizarre families discuss prices. Clerics gather quietly. Government offices still process plans for a grand future. From above it may all look manageable, from within the tensions are already converging. Prosperity has arrived, yes, but unequally. Modernization has transformed society, yes, but harshly. The monarchy appears stronger than ever, yes, but perhaps that is why it notices too little of the silence hardening beneath it. And so you move onward into the late Pahlavi years with a clearer understanding of the storm now forming. Iran is wealthier, more modern, more connected, and more heavily armed than ever before. Yet many of its people feel unheard, displaced, watched, or morally estranged from the state that claims to represent them. The city looks bright, the future looks grand, and underneath both resentment is steadily learning how to speak in one voice. You continue onward through the bright, uneasy surface of the late Pahlavi years, and at first the city still looks as though it might hold together through sheer momentum. The traffic still surges, ministries still operate, the military still stands in polished formation, shops still glow with imported goods and expensive confidence. Yet the more closely you listen, the more you notice that public life has changed tone. What had once been irritation is becoming conviction. What had once been scattered criticism is becoming a language people can share. And what had once felt like private dissatisfaction is now stepping into the street. A mainstream historical fact is that the Iranian Revolution gathered force through 1978 and early 1979, as protest strikes, clerical leadership, political opposition, economic discontent and public mourning rituals combined into a mass movement that overthrew the Pahlavi monarchy. This was not a single party seizing a palace in one dramatic afternoon. It was a broad social upheaval built from many grievances, and many kinds of people, some religious, some secular, some poor, some middle class, some idealistic, some furious, some simply exhausted. The revolution succeeded because enough of them began moving in the same direction at the same time. Before the great crowds fully appear, it helps to understand why the late 1970s were so combustible. The Shah's state had wealth, weapons, allies, and administrative reach, but it also had brittle legitimacy. Political repression had narrowed the space for peaceful criticism. Oil wealth had increased expectations without calming resentment. Rapid modernization had unsettled older social structures. The court's self-confidence often looked like arrogance, and then economic strain, inflation, corruption, and the visible excess of elite life sharpened the sense that the system was not only unfree but morally unbalanced. You walk through Tehran on a winter morning in 1978, The air is cold enough to sting the nose a little, and people move through the streets in layered coats, their breath faint in the morning light. Bread sellers open their shops, buses release tired workers onto sidewalks already alive with conversation. The smell of diesel fumes, warm flatbread cigarette smoke and damp concrete hangs low over the city. At first glance it seems ordinary, but then you notice the posters, the leaflets, the sharper tone in the newspapers, the clusters of students and clerics and merchants and office workers who linger just a little longer than usual to talk. The ordinary city is still there. It is simply carrying a second city inside it, now a political one. A quirky historical tidbit is that cassette tapes became one of the most important tools for spreading revolutionary sermons and speeches, especially those of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, while he was in exile. In an age before social media, before phones buzzing in every pocket, the cassette tape became a strangely humble revolutionary device. Small, portable, easy to copy, and very difficult for a modernizing monarchy to fully silence. History does enjoy giving world-changing roles to objects that fit in a coat pocket. You step into a bizarre corridor at midday, and the mood there feels both commercial and political, just as it had in earlier turning points of Iranian history. Light filters down through the high roof. The smell of tea leather, spice wool and dust surrounds you. Merchants speak in quick tones, but the conversation keeps turning towards strikes, sermons, police action, inflation, and the Shah. The bazaar matters again because it connects moral authority, urban networks, and practical pressure. If merchants close shops in solidarity, the protest is no longer symbolic. It begins to affect the rhythm of national life itself. Some historians suggest that the revolution became unstoppable only when the bizarre clerical networks, urban professionals, students and working populations began to reinforce one another, rather than protest separately. Others argue that the monarchy might still have survived if it had acted with more political flexibility earlier, allowing real reform before opposition unified. That question remains open because revolutions often look inevitable only after they succeed. While they are unfolding, everything still feels uncertain, unstable, and painfully contingent. You continue into a mosque courtyard in the late afternoon. The stone beneath your feet is cool. The air smells faintly of wool dust, and the smoke from nearby traffic drifting over the walls. Men sit listening as a cleric speaks about injustice, corruption, tyranny, and moral decay. These are not merely theological words. In sheer political language, they carry deep emotional weight. The memory of Karbala, of righteous suffering and resistance to illegitimate rule, gives opposition a moral depth that is difficult for the monarchy to answer with development statistics or military parades. A state can boast of highways. It struggles more when accused of standing with Yazid. That moral language became more powerful through cycles of mourning. When protesters were killed, funerary gatherings and memorial ceremonies often generated new protests, which in turn produced more deaths and more mourning. This 40-day rhythm helped sustain revolutionary momentum. Grief became organisation, ritual became politics. A society long trained in remembrance and religious commemoration found itself able to transform sorrow into a repeating public challenge. Scholars remain divided on whether the revolution should be understood primarily as an Islamic movement from the beginning or as a broader anti-autocratic uprising in which Islam ultimately provided the strongest language and organisational structure. There is truth in both views. The revolutionary coalition was broad, but Khomeini's message had unusual reach because it joined moral certainty, anti-imperialism, social grievance, and political clarity in a way, many competitors could not match. Others could criticize the Shah. He could make that criticism feel sacred. You move into the streets during one of the great demonstrations. The city is now loud in a new way. Not the ordinary noise of engines and commerce, but the layered sound of human presence. Chants roll through avenues like waves. Banners rise above the crowd. Women in chadors walk beside men in suits, students beside workers, old men beside teenagers. The smell of sweat, winter dust, exhaust fumes, and paper banners fills the air. People climb onto ledges and rooftops to watch. Shop shutters are half closed. The police lines feel tense, uncertain, outnumbered, not only physically but morally. The state still has guns, but the opposition has the sensation of history turning. A quirky historical tidbit is that rooftop chants of Allahu Akbar became one of the striking sounds of the revolutionary period, especially at night, when voices from across neighborhoods rose into the dark together. It must have been an eerie and powerful thing to hear. Not one speech in one square, but a city speaking from its rooftops, as if the houses themselves had joined the movement. You pass through a university district where students are printing materials, debating strategy, and arguing about the future after the Shah. The smell of ink, paper, cigarette smoke, and cheap tea fills the room. Here you feel the revolution's internal complexity. Not everyone wants the same Iran. Liberals imagine constitutional renewal. Leftists imagine social revolution. Islamists imagine an Islamic order. Nationalists imagine restored sovereignty. They are united against the monarchy, but not by a single blueprint for what comes next. This will matter greatly later. For now, though, the anti-Shah momentum is stronger than the disagreements waiting behind it. Researchers continue to question whether the Shah doomed himself most through repression or through hesitation in the final phase. He alternated between force and conciliation, between harshness and uncertainty, without rebuilding legitimacy. A system that had looked rigid for years now appeared confused, and confusion in an authoritarian state can be fatal. The army remained powerful, but power without confidence becomes unstable. The monarchy still looked grand in photographs. In the streets it increasingly looked tired. You continue into the colder days of late 1978. Strikes spread especially in the oil sector, and that matters enormously. When the oil industry slows or stops, the regime loses not only revenue but symbolic command over the very resource that once seemed to guarantee its strength. Workers, clerics, students, and bazaar merchants are no longer separate irritants. They are becoming a national problem for the monarchy, or from another point of view, a national awakening against it. Then comes the great turning point. The Shah leaves Iran in January 1979. Officially it is presented in softer language, a departure, a temporary absence, a pause, but everyone understands the deeper meaning. The monarch who had seemed so firmly installed, so heavily armed, so closely backed by the United States, is leaving the country amid revolutionary upheaval. It is one of those moments when the emotional structure of a regime collapses before every institution has technically fallen. You stand in the city as people absorb the news. The winter light is pale, the air tastes of dust and cold. There is disbelief, relief, exhilaration, caution. Some cry, some laugh, some simply stare. It feels less like a single political event than the lifting of pressure that has been building for years. Yet the story is not over. The revolution still needs a centre, and that centre is on its way back. When Khomeini returns to Iran on February 1st, 1979, millions turn out or identify emotionally with the moment. His arrival is not merely the return of an exiled cleric. It is the return of a figure who has come to embody resistance, moral certainty, and a future many still interpret in their own hopeful ways. The monarchy is not formally dead at the first instant of his landing, but its fate is now all but sealed. By evening the city feels transformed. Not orderly, not settled, certainly not sleepy, but transformed. Barricades, banners, conversations of prayers, rumours, tears, and hope all mingle in the same cold air. You can smell smoke from fires lit against the winter chill. You can hear chants still rising in the distance. You can feel that one Iran is ending and another not yet fully understood is stepping into its place. And so you move onward through the revolutionary winter, with the knowledge that the monarchy has been swept away not by one class or one slogan alone, but by a convergence of memory, faith, grievance, and political courage. The streets that once displayed the Shah's modern order now belong to the crowd. The alliance with America no longer guarantees stability. The old strategic ties, including those with Israel, are about to be judged under a very different moral light. And the republic that emerges from this winter will speak in a new voice, one shaped by religion, revolution, and the long memory of foreign interference. You continue onward through the cold revolutionary air, and the city now feels as though it has been emptied of one language and filled with another almost overnight. The royal portraits are coming down. The old symbols of the monarchy still linger on walls, in offices, in military compounds, but they no longer feel secure. New posters rise in their place. New slogans echo through streets that only recently carried the careful confidence of the late Pahlavi state. The crowds are still present, though less like a single wave now, and more like a series of overlapping currents. Some are jubilant, some are watchful, some are already arguing quietly over what the revolution is supposed to become. That is often how revolutions work. They unite most clearly at the moment of overthrow. The struggle over meaning begins immediately after. A mainstream historical fact is that after the 1979 revolution, Iran was transformed from a monarchy into an Islamic republic, a new political order shaped by revolutionary ideology, clerical leadership, anti-imperial nationalism, and the doctrine that Islamic principles should guide the state. This was not just a change of ruler, it was a redefinition of the country's political language. The nation that had spent generations grappling with monarchy, constitutionalism, foreign influence, modernization, and national dignity now began speaking in terms of Islamic governance, martyrdom, resistance, and revolutionary sovereignty. You walk through Tehran in the days after Khomeini's return. The winter light is pale and sharp, the air smells of dust, exhaust, wool coats, and smoke from small fires lit in braziers beside curbs. Men stand in clusters around newspapers and wall posters. Women move through the crowd with determined expressions. Soldiers, where you see them, often look uncertain rather than commanding. The streets are alive with motion, but what you notice most is the feeling of moral conviction. People do not only believe a government has fallen, many believe a corrupt order has been exposed and judged. Khomeini's role in this transformation is impossible to miss. He had become the central symbolic figure of the revolution while in exile, and after returning he spoke with a clarity many others could not match. He framed the monarchy not merely as politically illegitimate, but as morally rotten, dependent on foreign powers, hostile to Islam and indifferent to the suffering of ordinary people. This moral framing mattered enormously. It allowed the revolution to present itself not just as a political correction, but as a purification. A quirky historical tidbit is that in the early revolutionary months, walls, posters, banners, and even everyday public space became visual battlegrounds for defining the meaning of the revolution, with images of martyrs, clerics, and slogans appearing so quickly and so widely that entire neighborhoods could seem to change their political identity in a matter of days. The city itself became a kind of printed argument. Stone plaster and paper all suddenly developed opinions. You move into a government office that has not yet fully settled into its new identity. The furniture is familiar, the files are still stacked. The smell of paper, tea, stale tobacco, and radiator heat lingers in the rooms. But the tone has changed. Men now speak of Islam, revolution, corruption, imperialism, and the people. The vocabulary of rule is being rewritten in real time. Under the Shah, legitimacy had been tied to modernization, monarchy, nationalism, and strategic partnership with the West. Under the emerging republic, legitimacy is increasingly tied to revolutionary authenticity, Islamic morality, anti-foreign independence, and fidelity to the memory of those who suffered and died in the struggle. Some historians suggest that the Islamic Republic's early power came from its ability to fuse several older currents in Iranian life into one dominant language, Shia. Political memory, anti-imperial resentment, constitutional ideas about resisting despotism, and social anger at inequality and repression. Others argue that the fusion was less natural and more contingent achieved. because clerical networks proved more organized and disciplined than their rivals during the power struggle that followed the revolution. Both views help you see the moment more clearly. The Islamic Republic did not emerge from nowhere, but neither was its final dominance pre-written. You continue into a mosque courtyard at dusk, and the cold stone beneath your feet still holds the day's fading chill. The air smells faintly of damp wool dust and tea poured from metal kettles. Men speak in intense but measured tones. Here the political meaning of Shi'i symbols becomes even more visible. Karbala, martyrdom, oppression, sacrifice, righteous resistance. These are no longer only devotional themes. They are political tools, moral standards, and emotional bridges between faith and state. The monarchy is cast in the role of unjust rule. Revolutionaries are cast as those who resisted humiliation. Foreign powers are cast as corrupting forces behind the old order. This matters deeply for the future relationship with both the United States and Israel. The new Islamic Republic does not interpret those states simply as ordinary foreign actors pursuing interests. It reads them through a revolutionary moral framework. The United States becomes not just a powerful country, but the great external sponsor of the Shah, the force behind 1953, the patron of corruption, and the face of arrogant domination. Israel becomes not just another regional state, but a symbol of injustice, Western-backed aggression, and everything the revolutionary state wants to oppose in the regional order. Scholars remain divided on whether anti-American and anti-Israeli positions were inevitable at the core of the new regime from the beginning, or whether there was still some room in early 1979 for a less confrontational direction before events hardened. There were certainly multiple forces at work in the revolutionary coalition, but the ideological momentum of the new order was already pushing strongly toward confrontation. The revolution had defined itself against the Shah's alliances as much as against the Shah himself. To preserve those alliances unchanged would have felt to many revolutionaries like betrayal. You pass through a university hall where students are still debating the future. The smell of chalk damp coats, paper and cigarette smoke hangs in the corridor. Some speak of freedom and social justice, some of Islamic governance, some of anti-imperial struggle. The revolution at this stage still contains different imagined futures. Yet the clerical current is gaining force because it offers what many others do not: organization, network, emotional language, and a figure at the center whose authority feels both religious and revolutionary. A quirky historical tidbit is that revolutions often begin by promising a broad horizon, and then narrow quickly once institutions must actually be built. In early revolutionary Iran, that narrowing happened not all at once, but through committees, competing centers of authority, new security structures, street legitimacy, and the ability to define who counted as truly loyal to the revolution. The broad door of revolt began slowly to become the narrower hallway of rule. You continue through neighborhoods where ordinary people are still adjusting to the new atmosphere. In one home, a family gathers around tea in a warmly lit room. The air smells of rice herbs and coal heat from a small heater. An older man says at last the country has regained its dignity. A younger relative worries that too much power may now be gathering in different hands. A woman says quietly that the Shah is gone, but the question is what comes after certainty collapses. This is the deeper mood of the moment. Relief, pride, anxiety, and expectation all sit at the same table. Researchers continue to question how much the early Islamic Republic represented continuity with older Iranian state traditions, and how much it constituted a revolutionary break. The answer again is both. It broke sharply with monarchy-Western alignment and the Shah's model of modernization. Yet it also inherited older Iranian concerns with sovereignty, foreign interference, moral legitimacy, and the need for a strong state able to resist external pressure. The language changed. Some instincts remained. As evening deepens, you notice that the city sounds different at night now. The roar of revolutionary crowds has softened, replaced by smaller gatherings, conversations, recitations, vehicle engines, the murmur of radios and the scrape of posters being pasted onto walls. The air is cold. The lights are uneven. Tehran feels like a capital between worlds. The monarchy has ended. The republic is not yet fully settled. But already its voice is emerging, religious, defiant, suspicious of foreign power, and deeply certain that Iran must never again be ruled through humiliation. And so you move onward into the first full season of the Islamic Republic, carrying with you the sense that the revolution has done more than change institutions. It has changed the moral map of the state. The United States is no longer a partner but a shadow over memory. Israel is no longer a quiet strategic contact but an emblem of the regional order the revolution rejects. Iran is redefining itself in opposition as much as in aspiration, and soon at the walls of an embassy in Tehran, that new language will find one of its most dramatic and lasting expressions. You continue onward into the first full season of the Islamic Republic, and the city now feels as though it is learning how to breathe in a new rhythm. The monarchy is gone. The Shah has fled. Khomeini's face is everywhere, on posters, on walls, in newspapers, in the conversations of shopkeepers and students and taxi drivers. Yet the revolution is not calm. Revolutions rarely are. They do not arrive, sit down politely and begin filling out administrative forms. They surge, accuse, purify, reorganize, and demand proof of loyalty. Tehran in late 1979 is full of that restless energy. It is a city where history has not finished choosing its shape. A mainstream historical fact is that on November 4th, 1979, Iranian students seized the United States Embassy in Tehran, taking American diplomats and staff hostage and triggering a crisis that would last 444 days. This was one of the defining moments in modern Iranian political memory, and in the relationship between Iran and the United States. It did not create all the mistrust between the two countries because that mistrust was already deep from 1953, from the Shah, from American support for the monarchy. But it crystallized the hostility in a way that made it visible to the whole world. Before you reach the embassy walls, it helps to understand why the atmosphere had become so volatile. The revolution was still fragile, still contested, still trying to determine who truly represented it. Different factions existed within the new order. Liberals, Islamists, leftists, nationalists, clerical networks, student groups and revolutionary committees all pushed in different ways. Then came a decision from far away that landed in Iran like a fresh insult. The United States allowed the exiled Shah to enter for medical treatment in October 1979. To many Americans, this may have seemed like a practical or humanitarian choice. To many Iranians, it looked like the opening move of an old script. The Shah had once fled and returned through foreign-backed intervention. Why should this time feel different? You walk through Tehran on a cool autumn morning. The air carries the smell of dust, fallen leaves, engine fumes, and warm bread from nearby bakeries. Students move through the streets with unusual purpose. Newspapers are being folded and passed from hand to hand. Men stand in knots outside shops, speaking more sharply than usual. A woman in a dark coat pauses at a kiosk and shakes her head at a headline. There is a feeling in the city that memory itself has become active. Not abstract memory. Not the kind that lives quietly in textbooks. The kind that enters the street and says we have seen this before. A quirky historical tidbit is that the students who seized the embassy described themselves as the Muslim student followers of the Imam's line, a title that made their actions sound not like random chaos, but like a deliberate act of revolutionary fidelity. Naming matters in politics. A dramatic action becomes even more powerful when it presents itself as moral discipline rather than rage. The occupation of the embassy was framed not as a riot, but as protection of the revolution. You move toward the embassy compound and the mood grows denser. Walls rise ahead plain and diplomatic, and suddenly charged with far more meaning than their architecture deserves. Outside the sounds multiply. Chants, running feet, raised voices, the flap of banners in the cool air, the smell of sweat paper signs, dust and exhaust. Students climb gates, crowds gather, security breaks. And then the embassy, meant to represent sovereign foreign presence, becomes the stage for a revolutionary act meant to reverse decades of humiliation in one single furious gesture. Some historians suggest that the embassy takeover succeeded politically inside Iran because it turned a complicated internal revolutionary struggle into a simpler moral drama. The revolution could now rally around opposition to America rather than remain trapped in internal argument. Others argue that the action was less inevitable and more contingent, shaped by student initiative, unstable institutions, and the rapid endorsement it received once its popularity became clear. Both views help you understand what you're seeing. The takeover was both symbolic eruption and political consolidation. You stand just outside the compound as the first hours unfold. The air feels sharp against your face, paper litters the ground. A chant rises, falls, then rises again. People nearby speak with a strange mix of exhilaration and seriousness. For many in the crowd, this is not merely about diplomats. It is about 1953, about the Shah, about torture and savak, about foreign arrogance, about the fear that America still intends to manipulate Iran's future. The embassy is not being treated as a building. It is being treated as a memory made concrete. Inside, American diplomats and staff are taken hostage. Outside, the revolutionary mood intensifies. What might in another setting have been a short-lived occupation soon becomes a defining confrontation. Khomeini supports the action, and that support changes everything. Once endorsed from above, the embassy seizure stops being a student gamble and becomes a central event of the revolution itself. It weakens the moderates who might have preferred a less confrontational course. It strengthens hardline forces who define revolutionary authenticity through resistance to the United States. It turns anti-Americanism into a governing principle, not just a slogan. Scholars remain divided on whether the hostage crisis should be understood mainly as a product of long Iranian historical grievance or as a revolutionary power struggle that used anti-Americanism to marginalize rivals. In truth, it was both. Historical grievance gave the action emotional force. Revolutionary competition gave it institutional usefulness. The result was devastatingly effective. America became the great external enemy in a way that unified many inside the new order, even as it isolated Iran abroad. You move through Tehran in the days that follow, and the city feels transformed again. Wall slogans multiply. Posters of the Shah's victims and revolutionary martyrs appear beside anti-American imagery. The smell of fresh paint mixes with dust and cold air as murals and banners spread across public space. In the bazaar, merchants argue over what comes next. In universities, students debate imperialism, Islam, sovereignty, and the meaning of revolution with sleepless intensity. In homes, families gather around radios and televisions, listening to reports with a combination of pride, anxiety, and disbelief. A quirky historical tidbit is that embassy documents, including shredded and reconstructed papers, became part of the revolutionary narrative, feeding the belief that the United States had long treated Iran as a field for covert manipulation. Whether every interpretation drawn from those papers was fair is a separate question. What mattered politically was that the documents seemed to confirm what many already believed. Once a society feels vindicated in its suspicion, moderation becomes much harder to sell. You step into a modest Tehran living room one evening. The heater gives off a dry metallic warmth. Tea glasses shine on a tray. The room smells of rice-stewed herbs and cigarette smoke. An older man says the Americans should finally learn that Iran is not theirs to arrange. A younger woman asks whether humiliating diplomats will really protect the revolution. A student replies that if America could help remove Mossadegh once it could try again. Nobody fully resolves the argument, but that is precisely the point. The hostage crisis is working because it speaks to fear as much as anger. Researchers continue to question whether the crisis closed off possibilities for a more plural political order in Iran by empowering the most uncompromising elements of the new regime. That seems difficult to deny. The embassy takeover did not only confront the United States. it also narrowed the internal space of the revolution. Under the pressure of confrontation, dissent could be recast as weakness, moderation as naivety, and compromise as betrayal. The revolution became harder, sharper, more suspicious. For the United States, of course, the crisis produced outrage, humiliation, and political trauma of its own. Americans watched diplomats held in captivity for month after month, and the image of revolutionary Iran hardened rapidly in the American mind. The two countries now began to see one another, not through occasional disputes, but through a moral drama of humiliation, betrayal, and defiance. In Iran, America became the arrogant power finally challenged. In America, Iran became the fanatic state that violated the norms of diplomacy. These are very hard stories to unwind once they settle into national memory. By winter, the embassy compound has become more than a diplomatic site. It has become a theatre of revolutionary identity. The streets nearby carry that strange mix of routine and historic charge that you now recognise so well in Tehran. Buses still pass, bread is still sold, children still tug at their mothers' sleeves, yet all of it now exists beside walls that symbolise a national break with the United States. The air is cold, the city lights flicker. Chants still rise now and then from small gatherings. The crisis continues, and with every passing week it teaches the Republic how to define itself through opposition. And so you move onward through the winter dark with a clearer sense of what has happened. The embassy seizure did not create Iran's anger at America from nothing. It gave that anger a lasting stage. It transformed grievance into doctrine, suspicion into state posture, and memory into spectacle. It also made reconciliation far more difficult for years to come. At these walls in Tehran, the new republic announced to itself and to the world that it would not live within the old order of dependency. But in doing so, it also locked itself into a confrontation whose echoes would last far beyond the hostages themselves. You continue onward through the winter dark, leaving the embassy walls behind you, though not really. They remain in the air, in the slogans, in the posture of the new state, in the way Iran and the United States now imagine one another through injury and defiance. By this point, the revolution has moved beyond overthrow and into endurance. It must govern, survive, define enemies, and decide what kind of regional power it wants to become. And as the years unfold, one thing grows steadily clearer. Iran's conflict with the United States and Israel will not remain confined to speeches, sanctions, or diplomatic fury. It will spread outward through wars, militias, alliances, covert struggle, and the long shadows of regional competition. A mainstream historical fact is that in the decades after the 1979 revolution, Iran built a regional strategy shaped by hostility to the United States' opposition to Israel's support for Allied armed movements and governments, and a determination to avoid strategic isolation in a hostile environment. This did not happen all at once. It developed through crisis, especially the Iran-Iraq War, and through the lesson the Islamic Republic drew from its earliest years. Survival required ideological commitment, state discipline, and influence beyond its own borders. If enemies could pressure Iran from outside, then Iran would learn to project pressure outward too. Before that wider regional posture fully takes shape, you need to stop at the terrible furnace that helped create it. In 1980, Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Iran, beginning a war that would last 8 years. For the new Islamic Republic, still unstable and still consolidating power, this invasion was both catastrophe and grim opportunity. Catastrophe because the country suffered enormous human and material loss. Opportunity because war helped the regime deepen its legitimacy, suppress rivals, and define itself as the defender of the nation under assault. Few things bind a revolutionary state to its own narrative more tightly than invasion. You walk through a city in wartime dusk. The air smells of diesel dust, damp concrete, and the faint bitter trace of smoke after a distant strike. Windows are darkened. Families gather around radios. A mother folds blankets near a hallway wall because it feels safer there. In the distance, a siren begins thin at first, then louder. A child falls silent. A kettle still hums on the stove because even in war people must keep making tea. That is one of history's saddest and most ordinary truths. Catastrophe still leaves the dishes to be done. The Iran-Iraq War mattered for Iran's later regional posture because it convinced the leadership that the country could not rely on international fairness or outside protection. Iraq had backing from multiple Arab states, substantial foreign assistance, and indirect support from powers that feared the Iranian Revolution. The United States did not align openly with Iraq in the simplest sense at first, but Washington increasingly tilted toward Baghdad as the war continued, especially out of concern for Iranian victory and revolutionary expansion. For many Iranians, this reinforced the belief that the global order remained willing to contain, weaken, or punish their state regardless of legal principle. A quirky historical tidbit is that one of the most emotionally powerful symbols of the war inside Iran became the imagery of ordinary volunteers, including very young men, heading toward the front with religious devotion, patriotic language, and a sense of sacrifice shaped by Shia memory. The state drew heavily on the symbolism of Karbala martyrdom and defense of the homeland. War was not only fought with artillery and trenches, it was narrated through sacred history. Some historians suggest that the Iran-Iraq War transformed the Islamic Republic from a revolutionary movement with a state into a wartime state with a hardened strategic doctrine. Others argue that the deeper shift came afterward when the leadership concluded that Iran needed asymmetric tools to deter stronger enemies. Both interpretations matter. War forged the emotional core, post-war strategy refined the method. You move south towards the front in your imagination. The land is flat in places, marshy in others, scarred by trenches, smoke, mud and ruined equipment. The air smells of oil, wet earth, cordite and exhaustion. Men speak quietly before dawn. Boots sink into soft ground. In such a place it becomes easier to understand why later Iranian strategy would place such emphasis on missiles, proxy forces, deterrence and influence beyond the border. A state that feels outgunned and encircled learns not to fight only on terms chosen by stronger adversaries. As the war years pass, Iran's relationship with Israel also hardens into a central ideological confrontation. Under the Shah, quiet alignment had made strategic sense within an American-led order. Under the Islamic Republic, Israel becomes the opposite, a symbol of illegitimate regional power, Western backing and injustice toward the Palestinians. This is not only rhetoric, it becomes part of the regime's identity and foreign policy architecture. Opposition to Israel helps the state present itself as morally revolutionary, regionally relevant and distinct from Arab regimes it views as compromised or submissive. You walk through a post-war office in Tehran, where maps of Lebanon, Iraq, the Gulf and later Syria are spread across a table. The room smells of tea, paper stale, smoke and the heat of electrical equipment left running too long. Men speak in measured tones about deterrence, resistance, allies, vulnerability and strategic depth. This is the language of the next phase. Iran will not simply defend its own frontiers. It will cultivate relationships with non-state actors and aligned movements beyond them. Hezbollah in Lebanon becomes one of the most important examples, especially after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982 and the turmoil that followed. Support for such groups gives Iran reach, influence, and a way to pressure adversaries indirectly. Scholars remain divided on whether Iran's regional strategy is best understood as ideological export of revolution or as pragmatic defense against encirclement and hostile powers. The answer once again is both. Ideology gives the policy meaning. Security gives it durability. Tehran can speak of resistance, justice and anti-Zionism while also pursuing leveraged deterrence and influence. States often prefer not to choose between ideals and interests when they can carry both in the same briefcase. You continue into the later decades and begin to see how this networked strategy expands. In Lebanon through Hezbollah, in Iraq through ties with Shia parties and militias, especially after the 2003 American invasion toppled Saddam, in Syria through alliance with the Assad state, in Palestinian politics through support for groups opposed to Israel, in Yemen later through varying degrees of backing and political alignment with anti-Saudi forces. The pattern is not identical in every case, and the local realities are always more complex than slogans. Still a broad principle emerges. Iran seeks influence where it can shape outcomes, raise costs for enemies, and avoid standing alone. A quirky historical tidbit is that what outsiders often call proxy warfare does not always feel like mere proxy work from the inside. Iranian officials and allied movements often describe these ties in the language of resistant solidarity and shared struggle against stronger adversaries. Whether one accepts that framing or not, it matters because people act differently when they believe they are part of a moral front rather than someone else's instrument. You pause in a modest living room in Tehran years later. The room is warm, tea fogs the glass. The smell of rice herbs and radiator heat fills the air. On television, images flicker from Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, or Syria, depending on the year. An older man says Iran must fight enemies abroad so they do not bring war home again. A younger woman asks how long a nation can survive with so much of its life organized around confrontation. A student replies that after 1953, after the Shah, after the war with Iraq, trusting the regional order would be naive. Around the tray of tea glasses you hear the logic of the Republic distilled into household terms: fear, pride, memory, and duty. Researchers continue to question whether Iran's regional strategy has strengthened the country by deterring attack and building influence, or weakened it by draining resources, inviting sanctions, and keeping the state locked in permanent confrontation. That argument remains unresolved because both effects are visible. Iran has gained reach. It has also paid costs. It has made itself difficult to isolate entirely. It has also made itself difficult to normalize. And this is where the conflict with the United States and Israel becomes larger than any single crisis. It is no longer just about embassies or speeches. It is about the structure of the region itself. America remains tied to Gulf security, Israel's defense, and the containment of hostile powers. Israel sees Iran as the chief long-term strategic threat, especially as Tehran's missile capabilities, regional alliances, and nuclear ambitions grow more serious. Iran sees the United States and Israel as the two most dangerous external pillars of the order arrayed against it. Once those perceptions settle into military planning and regional networks, confrontation becomes habitual. By nightfall, Tehran is quiet again in the way capitals often are when they carry too much history. Traffic softens, apartment windows glow. A motorbike passes and fades into the distance. Somewhere a family lowers the volume on the television. Somewhere a veteran sits in silence. Somewhere a young analyst studies maps on a glowing screen. The Republic has learned to live with pressure by projecting pressure. Its conflict with America and Israel now lives not only in memory, but in the architecture of the Middle East. And so you move onward with the understanding that the story has widened. Iran is no longer only reacting to humiliation. It is acting, building alliances, shaping battlefields, and turning its long memory of invasion, coup, and war into a strategy of indirect power. Whether that strategy secures the nation or traps it more deeply is still debated. But there is no question that by now the conflict has spread far beyond Tehran into the regional shadows where states test one another through partners, rockets, intelligence, and patience. You continue onward into the regional shadows, and after so many centuries, so many names, so many rulers, roads, armies, shrines, parliaments, coups, and revolutions, the shape of the story begins to gather itself into one final night scene. You are no longer standing only in ancient Persia, nor only in revolutionary Iran, nor only in the contested present. You're standing among all of them at once. The old imperial plateau, the Safavid mosques, the Qajar mirrors the oil fields, the embassy walls, the wartime sirens, the quiet living rooms where families speak carefully over tea. All of it now seems layered into the same country. and the question that first brought you here returns in a softer voice. How did Persia become Iran and enter conflict with the United States and Israel? The answer after all this walking is not one event. It is a long accumulation of memory. A mainstream historical fact is that modern Iran carries forward one of the world's oldest continuous civilizational inheritances, while also being a highly modern political state shaped by 20th century nationalism, revolution war, and strategic rivalry. That combination is what makes the country so difficult to understand through simple headlines. Iran is not merely ancient, and it is not merely revolutionary. It is not merely Persian, and it is not merely Islamic. It is a state built from older layers that continue speaking through newer crises. If you miss the older layers, the present seems irrational. If you miss the modern ones, the past becomes decorative. You walk through Tehran at night in the imagination of the present. The city hums beneath a dark sky. Cars move in long ribbons of light. Apartment windows glow. The air smells of petrol dust, bread from late bakeries, and cooling concrete after a long day. Somewhere in the north of the city, a family sits beside soft lamplight, a samovar warming the room. Somewhere in the south, a student reads late, half studying, half worrying about the future. Somewhere an old man remembers the Shah. Somewhere another remembers the war with Iraq. Somewhere a younger person remembers sanctions, protests, rising prices, internet shutdowns, and the strange feeling of living inside a history that seems to look backward and forward at the same time. That is part of the answer. Persia became Iran not by ceasing to be itself, but by passing through many reorganizations of itself. Ancient kingship gave way to imperial memory. Imperial memory survived conquest. Islamic rule transformed the land without erasing it. Persian language and culture flourished inside a wider Islamic civilization. The Safavids gave the state a sharper confessional and territorial shape. The Qajars endured under foreign pressure. Reza Shah hardened the country into a more modern state and insisted more forcefully on the name Iran. The Pahlavis aligned the nation with American power and quietly with Israel, while building a modernizing monarchy that grew rich, ambitious, and politically brittle. The revolution then overturned that order and created an Islamic republic that defined itself through independence, resistance, and a deep moral rejection of the old alliances. A quirky historical tidbit is that both names, Persia and Iran, still survive in the global imagination because each one evokes a different emotional truth. Persia calls up poetry, empire, carpets, gardens, ruins, and ancient grandeur. Iran calls up state power, revolution, geopolitics, sanctions, missiles, and modern struggle. Yet both refer to the same long civilizational house. It is as though the world keeps approaching the same doorway, while using a different name depending on whether it arrives with a historian's notebook or a foreign policy briefing. Some historians suggest that Iran's conflict with the United States and Israel is best understood mainly through modern ideology, revolution and Cold War, or post-Cold War strategy. Others argue that the deeper key lies in a much longer history of foreign pressure, unequal treaties, oil exploitation, coup trauma, and repeated humiliation by outside powers. After your long walk, you can see why these are not really competing explanations. Modern ideology gave the conflict its sharpest language. Older memory gave that language emotional force. When the United States appears in Iranian history in the 20th century, it does not enter an empty room. It enters a house already shaped by Russian expansion, British pressure, concessions, occupation, and the memory of outside manipulation. At first, America may have looked different from Britain, perhaps even less burdened by old imperial habits. But 1953 changed that. The coup placed the United States inside the older Iranian story of violated sovereignty. American support for the Shah deepened the association. The hostage crisis then fixed it dramatically in public memory on both sides. From then on, the relationship was no longer just diplomatic, it became moral theatre. Each side saw itself as injured, principled, and misunderstood. Israel enters the story differently, but just as powerfully. Under the Shah, quiet ties made strategic sense within a shared anti-Soviet, anti-radical pro-Western order. After the revolution, that same relationship became a symbol of everything the new republic condemned. Opposition to Israel was not only about Palestine, though Palestine mattered greatly in revolutionary language. It was also about rejecting the Shah's regional alignment, rejecting Western-backed power structures, and claiming leadership through resistance. Over time, that opposition hardened into one of the central pillars of the Islamic Republic's identity and regional strategy. You move through a museum hall in your mind where ancient reliefs, Safavid manuscripts, Qajar portraits, oil company maps, revolutionary posters and war photographs seem almost able to speak to one another. The air smells faintly of polished wood paper and dust. The rooms are quiet, and there in that quiet you begin to understand another part of the answer. Iran's conflicts are not only about what the state wants, they're also about what the state fears. It fears being manipulated from outside. It fears internal fragmentation. It fears moral decay through dependence. It fears strategic encirclement. It fears repeating old humiliations in new forms. Fear in statecraft can wear the clothes of ideology, principle, and deterrence all at once. Scholars remain divided on whether the Islamic Republic's long confrontation with the United States and Israel has preserved Iranian sovereignty by making the country harder to dominate or weaken Iranian society, by locking it into sanctions, militarization, and permanent crisis. That is one of the great unresolved questions of the present. Many Iranians themselves do not answer it the same way. Some see resistance as dignity, others see it as a trap. Some see strategic depth as necessary, others see it as costly overreach. Some view the old revolutionary language as sacred. Others hear in it the exhaustion of a state forever arguing with its own history. And yet even within that disagreement the deeper continuity remains. Iran still thinks of itself as a civilization, not merely a government. It still remembers empire invasion, poetry, martyrdom, foreign pressure, and stubborn survival. It still carries the old Persian confidence that it is more than a temporary arrangement on a map. That civilizational memory helps explain why the country can endure pressure, but it also helps explain why insults and interventions echo for so long. An old civilization does not forget easily. It stores memory in language, ritual, story, and suspicion. You step one final time into the night air outside the city. The wind is cool now. The lights of Tehran shimmer in the distance. Behind those lights lies the whole long journey you have taken. Fire temples and royal roads, Islamic scholars and caravanserais, Safavid domes and Kaya bazaars, oil derricks and parliament halls, coup plots and embassy walls, martyrs, posters and missile maps. Persia became Iran by surviving transformation after transformation until the modern state could speak in an older voice under a newer name. And Iran entered conflict with the United States and Israel because modern strategic rivalry fell into channels carved by much older experiences of sovereignty, humiliation, fear, and resistance. So the answer in the end is both simple and enormous. Persia became Iran because history did not break the civilization. It kept reshaping it. And Iran came into conflict with the United States and Israel because the modern republic defined itself through opposition to the order those powers represented, while also carrying deep memories of earlier foreign intrusion that made compromise feel morally dangerous and politically suspect. The city behind you glows quietly. The wind moves over stone and dry earth. Somewhere a dog barks once and then settles. Somewhere a late bus crosses a distant avenue, and you stand there long enough to feel the weight of time softened into stillness. Now the night can begin to settle more gently around you. You have walked a very long road from ancient Persia's first imperial firelight to the electric glow of modern Iran, and perhaps what feels most striking now is not only how much changed, but how much endured beneath the changing forms. Empires fell, dynasties rose, borders shifted. Faith deepened and reorganized the state. Foreign powers entered, withdrew, returned in different names, and left behind memories that never fully cooled. Yet through all of it, the land remained inhabited by continuity, by language, by ritual, by memory, by the quiet insistence that this place was older than any single ruler and larger than any single crisis. And now, as the hour grows later, the sharper edges of conflict begin to soften, at least for a moment. The slogans fade into distance, the embassy walls fall quiet, the palace mirrors dim, the oil fields go dark under the stars. The old roads remain stretching out through mountain passes and desert air carrying caravans, armies, pilgrims, merchants, and now only your imagined slowly home. Perhaps that is the gentlest truth history can offer at night. No state is ever only its wars. No civilization is ever only its wounds. Beneath the politics, people kept making bread, pouring tea, reciting poetry, mourning, their dead teaching children, tending lamps and waiting for morning. Iran like Persia before it was always also that. A lived world, a human world, a place of courtyards, dust gardens, arguments, songs, prayer, memory and endurance. So let the city grow quieter now. Let the lights recede. Let the long centuries rest where they are. And let the story settle the way the night settles over stone slowly, calmly, without hurry, until all that remains is the sense of having travelled far and returned with the distant murmur of history still warm in the dark. Sweet dreams.